Why aren't we starting? Good evening. Welcome to our regularly scheduled commission meeting. January 10th, 2024. We want to say Happy New Year to you all. This is our first commission meeting of the year. So we're going to call this meeting into order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Bass. Here. Vice Mayor Irvin.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Here. As we stand for our invocation led by Dr. Bass.
Almighty God, everlasting Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord God, for the opportunity, Father God, to serve. Father God, not just to serve, Father God, but serve with integrity. Father, we ask you, God, tonight, God, that you would give us wisdom, that you would give us the wisdom that you give Solomon, Father God, that you would empower us, oh God, to do the will of the Lord for the people. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. As our pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, too.
We're going into our, Madam Clerk, we don't have any awards, proclamations, or acknowledgements at this time, right?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, as we get ready to go into the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have any deletions or deferrals or pulls from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Administration would like to defer items 2, 7, and 8.
Okay, so 2, 7, and 8 are being deferred. Do you have any pulls?
Mr. Mayor,
Madam Dr. Burns?
I would like to pull 3 and 5.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams?
I would like to pull 4 and 12.
All right,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
thank you. I'd like to pull number 9, number 13, and 19.
So you said 9, 13, and 19?
That's 9, 13, and 19.
Okay, and Commissioner Williams, yours is 12 and
Mr. Mayor.
Also 24. That's 24.
It was 4, but I'm actually gonna remove that. I have the wrong one. So it's just 12.
12.
12.
Okay, and I'm going to. Number 1, I'm asking the sponsor to defer number 1 as it relates to 2, 7, and 8.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, there is an attorney who's here, and I just wanted through that item for the commission to meet that attorney since she did take the time to come. But if you, if it's the will to not hear, from, on that item from the majority, then I'm fine with it, but I would like to explain the item.
Okay, so you know all right. All right, so we are good.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's the new glasses. Scratch 12. And if you don't mind, if you can read them all, because I know, I said if you don't mind, if you can read all the polls, because
All right,
I don't have them all.
Pull 3, 5, 9. You had 12, but you said scratch 12, so 3, 5, 9, 13, 19, and 24.
Thank you.
Oh, and 1, I'm sorry. One was, one was, one was,
Was it deferred?
are we deferring 1? Which is, oh, you said you wanted us to,
I would like for you to hear, but I'll go ahead and defer it if that's your will.
okay, since the lady is here, I'll pull it. I'll pull it, and then we'll allow her 2, 3 minutes to discuss and introduce herself. And then I'll ask you again to defer. So I have 1, 3, 5, 9, 13, 19, and 24. All right. Madam Clerk.
I need a
Roll call.
motion in a second,
Can I get a
Mr. Mayor.
motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Kelly.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Baz.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, can we go to the approval of the minutes, regular commission meeting minutes, December,
Move it.
moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by
Baz.
Dr. Baz. I need to go back, I'm sorry. Can we approve tonight's agenda? We did that. Can I get a motion to approve tonight's, Commissioner Williams? Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor and Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Baz.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right. As we go into District 1, District 2 reports, I know we don't have any, but I believe that we have
Mr. Mayor, I didn't get a roll call on the minutes.
approval of the commission meeting minutes. It was moved by Commissioner Kelly and it was second by Commissioner Baz. And we can do a roll call now.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Baz.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right. Now we're going into our District 1 and District 2 commission reports. I don't see, I know we don't have District 1 and District 2, but we have our state rep.
Yes, she's appearing virtually, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Rep Gant, you have the floor.
If IT can confirm if she's on. Oh, no, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we'll move on. All right, we're getting ready to go into our citizens forum, because we don't have public presentation. Madam Clerk, can you read into record how to participate in citizens forum?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. City of Opa-locka Commission meetings are held in person at the Opa-locka Municipal Complex, City Commission Chambers, 780 Fisherman Street, third floor, Opa-locka, Florida. Members of the public wishing to address the commission may do so in person or virtually. Those persons wishing to participate virtually should register prior to the scheduled meeting time on the city's website at www.opalockafl.gov. When speaking before the commission, please make sure to give your full name and address for the record. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comments. Please adhere to the decorum policy, which is part of the commission meeting agenda. City commission meetings are aired through live stream at www.youtube.com/user/City of Opa-locka. And Mr. Mayor, at this time, I don't have any virtual public comments.
All right, no virtual comments. All right, so we're gonna open up the floor for citizens forum. Citizens forum is open.
Good evening. My name is Banyo T. Perez. I live in Opa-locka, 1111 Perry Street, Florida. I'm here, excuse me all. I'm here to say that I want you guys to decide what you're gonna do about the manager. Think about it. Think about it, because I have knowledge of people out there telling me that I didn't even knew that he was gonna be out of the city if you guys decided. But everybody out there is asking me why. I say, I didn't know that. Right now, I just know now. That's why I came to speak for them, that the city has been, you guys are doing a wonderful job, all of you, and they're happy with what it is. I told them that I didn't know that I was gonna come here and explain to them what's going on. This is the first time that people stop me out there. You know me, I've been here 15 years. I'm everywhere. Manny, where you been? Oh no, I changed position. But you used to do good, pick up trash, even being a supervisor, superintendent. You were always picking up trash all around. I took care of all my guys. But what they are not like is that you guys are going to take the manager out of here when he has done a great job. The city is looking great. And that's what they told me to come. I have some of them here. And I want you guys to decide what you got to decide on your own. Think about it. Those are the people that vote for all of you. And you really need them. And that's all I need to say to you. Thank you so much. But think about it wisely. All of you. Okay? So I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manny. All right, citizens forum is still open.
I come to speak for my name is Rosalind Kelly.
One second. Go ahead. We just wanted you to get to put the mic down.
My name is Rosalind Kelly. I'm a spokesperson for Seniors on the Move. We come in behalf of Darvin Williams. And they are going to, the Seniors on the Move that are standing behind me, if it's allowed, they're going to give me their time to speak.
In lieu of time, because we have such a long agenda, we're just gonna say that we will not be able to pass on time. So please just, yeah, I sing it. So go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good evening. I stand before you today.
Give me 1 second. Can we get IT to fix the mic, please? Go ahead, Ms. Rosalind.
Thank you. Good evening. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen of Opa-locka concerning the firing of the city manager. I'm a part of the Seniors on the Move, the program which was started by Commissioner Kelly. Our concerns as seniors we've been residents, many of us, for many years. The city of Opa-locka, we're very disappointed to find out that there is a resolution for our city manager, Darvin Williams, to be fired. Darvin Williams has done and accomplished a lot for the city. He is very experienced and professional in his line of work. Darvin Williams is very involved in the community in the senior program. He lets us know that he's concerned about us and that we are appreciated as a community, the seniors. He has accomplished a lot that has shown that he is going in the right direction to building and maintaining the city with the support of the commissioners on the diocese to do the right thing. We have seen 18 city managers and numerous chiefs of police over a short period of time come in and out because of influence or personal reasons. This city of Opa-locka is a revolving door, and this needs to stop tonight. I'm going to read some of the accomplishment of Darvin Williams and his administration. He doesn't just take the credit for himself. He said he works with a team. He said him and his team, they have established the first minimum wage in Opa-locka city history, which was $15. He has successfully negotiated 2 union contracts. He has worked with to launch the city's first affordable housing initiative, which has brought in over $730 million in new mixed-use development construction. Him and his team launched the city's first illegal dumping task force, which has reduced the city's expenses on illegal dumping from 100 million to over 200,000. Him and his team launched the first city housing task force, which is ensuring minimum housing standards are maintained in apartment complexes throughout the city. Our city he has had the biggest impact on the city's finances, which was plagued with insolvency for nearly a decade. The city has been under state financial oversight since 2016. The result of his team's efforts has been a $12 million surplus for the city. They were able to utilize these resources for very much needed infrastructure and capital gain improvement. Opa-locka has the largest collection of Moorish revival architecture in the United States. We have highlighted that by restoring our historical city hall, which will soon be an open museum. In support of this unique improvements, he has developed the first historical home grant program. We were able to partner with private businesses in the city to save the Opa-locka flea market when the properties existed for 43 years was sold. The results of his efforts saved 73 businesses and nearly 300 jobs. Our police department had many turnovers with an annual starting salary of just $38,000. The city of Opa-locka had the lowest starting salary of every city in the state of Florida with more than 15,000 residents. Our vehicle fleet was dilapidated with many vehicles lacking air conditioning and simply reliable. Improperly equipped and unfairly compensated, the police force struggled to combat a city with rampant gun violence and alarming rate of major crimes. Under the Williams administration, the police has seen a $10,000 salary increase, a new $2.2 million police headquarters, a new vehicle fleet. The city invested in its force, and the results have been phenomenal. Opa-locka is experiencing the lowest crime rate in over a decade. This is yet another first in an administration that has realized many firsts. The building licensing permit department has collected over $4 million in permit fees in 15 months. The capital improvement projects hired the first Latino department head, rehabilitation of historical city hall, development of a new transfer station, install new park benches, executing repairs of Sesame Street Bridge, citywide millage and resurfacing, citywide sidewalk improvement, code enforcement, replace all inventory vehicles, implemented body cameras for all officers, completed certification training for all officers. Community development, broke ground on the first affordable housing project in the city in 10 years, launched over $730 million in mixed-use development projects, launched over $150 million in industrial use projects. Human resources, held city's first employment appreciation picnic, held the city's first police appreciation week, held the city's first public works appreciation week. Financial department hired the first procurement officer in 8 years, hired the first financial director in 5 years. Completed 2 annual financial reports in less than 12 months, on track to produce 3 annual reports in less than 18 months. Parks and Recreation Department. He dedicated space for seniors, including reopening of Ingram Park. More than double the number of children served in the summer camp program. Reopened the city pool. Dramatically increased the children's services and after-school program. Opened the first fitness center. Ordered 2 new vehicles for children's services. Nearly double children's services for any toy giveaway, increase in department staffing. Secured grant funding for Siegel and Shabandi Park. Public Works secured over $1 million in unpaid private sector water bills, developing new transfer station for citizens to dispose of water. Completed Zone 1 industrial flooding reduction plan, completed Zone 1 residential flooding reduction plan, restored department buildings and facilities. I'm trying to understand, if this man has done so much for this community, what is the problem? Why do you want to get rid of this man? Make it make sense. It makes no sense. Thank you
Ms.
for your
Rosley.
time.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners,
Good afternoon,
and
Ms.
Vice
Sharon.
Mayor. My name is Sharon Robertson. I'm from 13004 Glorietta Gardens Apartment. I have been a resident of Opa-locka for 30 years. I've been begging for help from the mold, the mildew, since 1998. Coming to change the command from down here to management, and nothing was done. Until I never met Mr. Williams until that day. But he stepped in and he helped us. Yes, we had our disagreement, but I respected him because now I'm living with COPD lung disease since 2000 because of living to the mold. I've been in every apartment complex over there, begging, being on the news, crying for help. I was just told the other day, and Mayor Taylor, you was a witness of what my management told me, and you heard the hotel man say they're having an air problem there that's making people sick. I have been sick since Christmas. Mr. Williams, he stepped in, building 8 and a lot of buildings over there should have been closed down and done the right way. Money has been sent to help that building, but we're still living in the same conditions. They paint over the mold, but I don't know him, but he stepped in when I went in for help, and I respect him for that. And things that I don't disagree with, he'll tell you, me and him have bumped head, but I'm always going to respect that man because he has a heart for humans. And I don't understand why they trying to take him out, because the last city manager that we did help, that helped us, that was in 95. Count how many years from 95 to now to 2003. My 8-year-old grandson has a lung disease. We've been begging and pleading before I even went to Frederica Wilson for help. All I'm asking everybody to get it together, and those that's doing right, leave them alone. But what everybody got to realize, on earth we doing this, but everybody got to answer for God. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
Good evening, Commission. Good evening, Honorable Mayor.
Good evening, sir.
God bless you all.
Thank you.
Pastor always says, a preacher never seen a microphone he didn't like. And this is a pretty nice microphone. My name is John Renard. I am the president of the ASME Union, Local 2068. As you can see behind me,
Mr. Bernard, we need an address for the record.
780
Uh-huh.
Fisherman Street
That'll work.
in the great city of Opa-locka. As you can see behind me, we support City Manager Darvin Williams. Yes, we do. I have many titles here, but the one title that I hold dearly is servant. More so, a bondservant. Paul calls himself a bondservant of Christ. You know what that means? Nothing he owns belongs to him. Know what that means? That he willingly served Christ permanently. This man is a servant of the community. He loves the people. Look at the people that's here to support him. What I'm trying to understand is why would they want him out with everything that he's done? I don't understand it. You have people out there, the public, saying, why is it in Opa-locka, every time things are going well, y'all want to get the person out? What is it? Y'all trying to go back to the old ways?
We're gonna ask the pub, let them finish, please. The clapping and we got you. Go ahead. We
Yes.
understand.
We're not going back to the old ways. We're not going back to those that just don't want to talk to the people. It's their way or the highway. We're not going back to that. We're going to stay with City Manager Darvin Williams that listens to the people, that has a heart for the people. Yes. He's not caught up with titles. He's not even caught up with the money. The woman came up here. Yes. The woman came up here and said everything that City Manager Darvin Williams did. But there's so much other things that he's done that nobody knows about. Yeah. You know, wherever you go, you're going to have your hecklers, right? But there you know. And on the prayer line, I'm going to revert to the prayer line. The mothers, the elders will always say, what's in you is what's going to come out. What's in you is what's going to come out. If you have hatred in your heart, that's what's going to come out. If you have a heart of envy, jealousy, if you have a heart where you always want to have strife, division, and we know what the Bible says, that a house divided won't stand. And there's people planted to divide this city so this city won't progress. But we say, City Manager, Mr. Darvin Williams, continue to let your light shine. And may this city be a beacon for all other cities because they're watching us.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
To God be the glory.
Thank you.
In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Citizens Forum is still open.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kareem Brantley. My address 2140 Northwest 132nd Street. So I grew up right outside of the boundaries of this city, but I played basketball, ran up and down these streets all of my life as a kid. So when somebody asks me where I'm from, since I lived in unincorporated Miami-Dade statistical area, UMSA, I say I'm from Opa-locka because that's what I knew. I am so proud. First of all, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, I'm so proud of what you guys are doing in the city. I think this is what I expect the city of Opa-locka to be about and the growth and the trajectory of Opa-locka. I think it's in a good space. I think you have an ambassador in the form of Darvin Williams as your city manager who is doing a fantastic job. You're not going to please everybody all the time. I run a business. I know what that's like. I do my best though to hear everybody out and try to make sure that I understand the issues and we make good decisions. I think that's what you have in a leader like Darvin Williams. So anyone who is expecting him to be perfect, he is not that. He is not Jesus. He's not God. He's not whatever you design as perfect, but he's doing a fantastic job. And I hope that the outcome of this, based on what I'm hearing from the community and others who will come to this microphone to speak to both you, Mr. Mayor, and the commissioners assembled here, that this will be a referendum of support for this city manager, but not only him, but for you, Mr. Mayor, and all the commissioners, because the city is in a good place and doing a good job. And it would be a travesty to me for the city to take an action on this item tonight and fire Mr. Darvin Williams at this time for city manager. I wholeheartedly disagree. I'm not a resident of this city, but I felt it enough for me to drive from my home to come here and speak out on his behalf because I believe in him. I think he's a good city manager, and I also believe in you all, and I think you'll make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Citizens Forum is still open.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. It's nice to be here. You know, this night is a busy night. I can see it. And yes, I've heard everything that they talk about Mr. William. And I can say this. Yes, he's a very good manager. I think that he's doing a very good job here, okay, in our city. And he put a very good example. It's good. I know that when they see me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just
I
about to say
something
commissioner.
up to you,
Yeah,
yes.
you gotta.
Okay, I'm a former Commissioner Luis B. Santiago, and I live in 1156 Perry or Perry Street, okay? And I live there for sure. I guarantee you that I live there, okay? I'm a citizen in the great city of Opa-locka for more than 20 years. And I know a lot of people here, and I know the way they work and the way they acting and the way they are. And I know that that city be passed through a lot of problems in the past. Not only when Commissioner Santiago doing his job between 12 and 16. No, decades back. Let's talking about decade back, okay? But I see a very good work in this city in the last 5 years. And I believe this. Tonight, that item, okay, they bring by one of the best commissioners that we have here in the great city of Opa-locka. And I'm talking about Commissioner Reverend Pastor Joseph Kelly. I can say that. The only thing that I see is we have to have more communication between the administration and the commissioners. The commissioner, you be elected by the people. You be elected by the resident, by the people that we live here in the great city of Opa-locka. You have the power. You have the power to take any decision. And whatever decision that you're going to take tonight, it's going to be good or it's going to be bad. It's going to be for the future of Opa-locka or it's going to be for something else. But you are the people have the power, okay, to do any change here in Opa-locka. I like to say the Commissioner Joseph Kelly, he always have door open for all the community. And I can say that because I have people here that they know that we go to Meet Me Monday and he's always there for us. I can say for Mr. William that he always open his office, okay, for resolve problems. We don't ask him for anything favor. It's to resolve whatever we have in the great city of Opa-locka for the past, that we had to make it straight. I say again, you be electing by the people, electing by the great people resident here in the great city of Opa-locka. And the manager is be electing about you, from you.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello, I'm Jasmine Wines. I'm in Gloria Gardens, 131-004, Alexandria Drive, 103, Opa-locka. Y'all know that. Okay.
It's good.
I'm just standing behind him. Yes, we done had our little words and everything because I got a mouth like my mama, and he got a strong mouth too. But I've been living in Opa-locka for 30 years. And out of them 30 years, he the only person that made us feel like we are part of Opa-locka. We done had so many people, and I mean outside of election time, because only time I see people is election. He came without election and came and closed down my building. He came and seen everything was wrong and made them put me in hotels before he even did the red tag. It's stuff like, and you guys came also, but you guys also stopped coming, and he kept on coming. He was there, and everybody know me. I'm gonna text 2, 3, 4, 5. Whenever the incident happened, I'm texting, and that's the only person respond back. That's the only person I could talk to besides code enforcement. That's gonna have my back. That had Glorietta back, no matter what. He might say everybody might say he's so strong and he might fuss and do all that, but guess what? He got actions behind every word he says. He's gonna make sure he do what he do with on top of what he said. Honestly, only time I seen you guys come back, y'all came when I did that big old walk, and then the next time I seen y'all with Frederica. That's it. He been coming. Nobody been coming. Y'all have stuff in Opa-locka all the time that we're not a part of. It feel like the Glorietta is just this own community because we never had nobody to come outside of election, but this man to come do it. And that speaks a lot because election time, that's when you guys do anything. He did it without election. He did it on the verge of y'all trying to kick him out, and he still was here. He's still standing with us. And I appreciate that so much. And everybody know, all you guys know my mouth. I got mouth. So yeah, I'm a bump head because I'm a bump head with anybody. But that's the man who I'm standing behind, because guess what? We might get our differences, but he's showing me this not livable. I'm gonna have your back no matter what. He's showing me what a city manager actually is outside of everybody else. And no disrespect, because I'm kind of cool with y'all. But y'all ain't doing what he doing for us. Y'all not helping us. Y'all not standing there. I don't feel as comfortable as I feel with him, even though he's strong with his words. I'd rather take that than to just hear somebody just listening to me and not putting no actions behind it. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth. I mean, it's go generations from generations that have been in Opa-locka, that been commissioners, that been mayors, that been everything, but ain't nobody come to Glorietta Gardens. You guys have everything up there. That's my time though. Bye.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Good evening, Chris Davis, 2301 Rutland Street.
Because she was holding it.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission, I'm before you tonight to speak referencing consent agenda item 13.1 and 13.2. It appears that in order to manage debt within the next 2 years within the city, we have arrived at the conclusion that seeking bond counsel in an amount of $580,000 as reflected in fiscal year 2024 budget is the best way to address debt. My concern is, based on the financial analysis performed by the city, it was stated that bond consultant issue fees typically range from $15,000 to $100,000, depending on its complexity. It was also stated that this project in particular is expected to cost at the lower end of this range, according to the fiscal analysis performed by the city. So how come the city is putting so much in the budget for this particular activity, as $580,000 seems a bit excessive? Even if you include the out-of-pocket expenses from the firm that will be doing the work to be deemed reimbursable. My other concern is that this fiscal year, after certifications made by the Value Adjustment Board, the rollback rate resulted in positive revenues for the city in an amount of $392,000 in additional funds for this fiscal year, after retaining the same millage rate from the 22 fiscal year. My question is, one, how exactly will those funds be allocated? And why, if we are deciding to go after a bond, we're only deciding to make improvements to one park as opposed to all 3 parks that are within our city? Also, are those activities in alignment with the strategic plan as we legally should be developing a new plan as the old one has lapsed its 5 to 7 year deadline. Lastly, upgrading the municipal complex's air conditioning, making improvements to only one of our parks, and refinancing debt from the 2015 note of the municipal complex, in my opinion, is not the best use of these resources. The proposal doesn't state what type of what type of bond that we would go after. Generally, there are two. You have a general obligation bond as well as general obligation bond, in which the issuer has the power and authority to tax residents to pay bondholders back, and revenue bonds, which are not backed by a governmental taxing authority, but actually by revenues from a specific project or source. I personally don't believe our residents should pay more money considering the millage rate or property tax rate, which is currently relatively high at 9.3 mils and barely below the maximum peak of 10 mils. As our city, I'm wrapping up, simultaneously has one of the highest poverty rates in the county. I believe that this is the best interest, that this is in the best interest of city residents, and we should decide to pursue this sort of undertaking if it should, at the very least, be inclusive and align with the strategic plan. This government, I think, is not making the best financial use of its resources by going after a bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Citizens Forum is still open.
I guess I'll bring things back to regularly scheduled programming. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Manager. Aaron McKinney with Integral Development. Sorry, Florida. Office is located at 690 Lincoln Road on Miami Beach. So we are a real estate development firm, and we actually do business here in the city of Opa-locka, and it has been embraced by the manager, very much so. And we are coming in favor tonight in support of him. But you know, what I think is interesting is the common theme we've heard all night from residents that spoke about Mr. Williams. Well, maybe two things. One is he talks pretty tough, which I can attest to. But we've had our disagreements. But the common thing you heard is the heart is involved. It's a man that cares about this community. Credentials are there, yes. He knows what he's doing based on academics. But the man clearly cares about this community. I'm a lifelong resident of Miami-Dade County. Although I am born and raised, bred in Liberty City, I spent my weekends, almost every weekend, with my grandparents in Opa-locka. I love this place. And what I know without a doubt is that that man loves this place. And what I felt was really, really interesting, and one of the most pressing issues that faces this county right now is the issue of affordable housing, quality housing. In my young 37 years of living, I've never seen anyone spearhead initiatives within this city for that initiative. It's an issue that is so very pressing to so many households right now in the county of Dade, within the city of Opa-locka. And the fact that you were willing to go ahead and spearhead resolutions around how do we get more affordable quality housing built within the city. And I don't say that just as a practitioner in the space. I know it's the right thing to do. Even beyond the public forums in which we've exchanged ideas, you and I have had continued follow-up about what the city needs and what it deserves. So members of the Dais, I just encourage you all to make the right decision, to retain a good man, a good leader in his position. And I would even argue to go a step further to say to remove the interim title and make Mr. Williams the actual city manager of the great city of Opa-locka. Thank you.
Citizens Forum is still open.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Randy Anglin, 200 Fisherman Street. No. Just hold it. Sorry. Randy Anglin, 200 Fisherman Street. I've been a member of the business community of Opa-locka for the past, since 2013. And first, I'm going to tell you a true story. I want to share that with you. Since 2013, when I came to the city of Opa-locka, I had the opportunity to own several multifamily units and several single-family homes. I first came to embrace the city commission, the administration staff of the city of Opa-locka initially. Was met with a lot of dysfunction. And, you know, then the city of Opa-locka had its own issues, legal, whatever that may have been. I kind of retreated into the background. Then I came back again to try to, you know, reacquaint myself with the city administration, commission, et cetera. Again, dysfunction. I made a decision that I will no longer do business with the city of Opa-locka. Yeah. And I will wait till capable leadership steps in before I did anything. Hence, fast forward to 2023, I get a call. Darvin Williams. I get multiple calls from Darvin Williams because I refused to respond. But eventually he got me to listen. Not only did he get me to listen, he got me to believe that the city of Opa-locka is on the right track. It's going in the right direction. He got me to believe so much that I want to spend money on architects and engineers to plan my site. I own the furthest west barracks in the city, by the way, right across from Amazon. So, and we now have planned to partner on developing that site as the gateway to the downtown area. And I'm wholeheartedly all in. So it was very disturbing to hear that there's a item on the agenda to remove him as city manager. But in fact, as the gentleman before said, you should be removing the interim. Yeah. So you've had great response tonight. I'm requesting that you listen. The people are speaking to you. And I'm going to ask one more thing before I get off. Anybody that's here in support of Mr. Williams, please stand up.
Okay, Mr. Randy.
Just
Mr. Randy. Mr. Randy.
No, that's all. I just wanted you to
that.
see. I just
But-
wanted you to see
but-
for yourself.
Come
That
on.
there's tremendous support here.
We got it.
I
Thank
got you. I
Thank
got
you.
you. Thank you for your time.
All right.
And I thank you for your consideration.
All right.
Have a good night.
Citizens Forum is still open.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Gloria Menace from the Glorietta's Apartments, 13235 Alexandria Drive. Y'all all know me up here, okay? I met him when we started having problems. I might go over a minute. Let me talk for a minute here. This man here, he comes. All them old commissioners was here. Ain't nobody came and looked out for us at all. You walk, Mayor. You can't. Nah, what? Y'all see the devil trying to make me forget, but honey, the devil's a lot of day. Hold on. Vice Mayor Natasha Irvin, she walked with Bert, and she wasn't even no mayor at the time. She was concerned. I saw you walk because you was doing some paper, you know, trying to help the kids in school and stuff. But this man right here, y'all make a decision tonight. Make the right decision tonight. Okay? This man doing a good job. This man looks out for us. Evidently, we private home. You ain't got no business over there, but he's there. He got a heart. Y'all have one tonight. Have one. Come on now. Don't leave us hanging back there. Don't wait till the man get to the end of the stick with us and then want to get rid of him. That ain't right. That ain't right. Have a heart. I don't care what nobody say up in here tonight. Because we talking about our living. Nobody don't come back there and walk. You call this man the city manager. I met him when he was coming in the blues. He doing a great job. I don't care what nobody say. What the problem is. The problem must be something else. It might not be about the blues. It might be about something else. I don't know. I don't care. But all I want to tell you, Mayor, Bass, Williams, Miss Irvin, and Mr. Kelly, y'all have a hard tonight. I don't know what the problem is, but the man is doing his job. He helping us out. Ain't nobody came back there and helped us ever. Ever. Even the old commissioners. Now your mama used to walk. Your mama used to walk back then. No, I'm just speaking up. But right now, no, the truth need to come out tonight. Keep the man here. Don't let the devil distract you tonight. He's doing a wonderful job. He helping us. We private owned. That's why y'all don't come back there. Because we private owned. He don't look at us like that. He look at us like human beings and people. He comes. Don't wait till the man get to the bottom of the line and he done finished his job and it's everybody coming, the big time people. Now you want to throw him to the dirt? That don't go like that. Who gonna bless you? Who gonna bless you? God ain't finna bless you, but mayor, commissioner, all y'all, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Glow.
Make the right decision tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Glow.
Have a blessed night, cause I'm finna go home and make me a cup of coffee and see what type of decision y'all made.
Thank you, Ms. Glow.
Who want the mic?
Thank you, Ms. Glow.
All right now.
Citizens Forum is still open. Come on, we're still in commission. The Citizens Forum is still open, Mr. Bruce?
Bruce Baskin, 2070 York Street. You know, I've been up here before. I don't have a opinion about the manager one way or the other. All I need to know and all I want to know is when I guess I can understand why my situation is still ongoing. Because apparently he's been doing a lot of things in the city. I'm just a homeowner, that's all. I just need to get my fence situation resolved. The manager already knows about it, so I don't have to go into detail. So please, can I get my fence situation resolved? That's all I want.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Citizens Forum is still open.
Stephanie Holden, 200 Purvis Avenue. I feel like Darvin has been doing a good job, and what you're trying to do is dead wrong. You know, this is the best manager that we have ever had here in Opa-locka. You know this. All the other ones, all they did was what? Steal, carry out bags.
Well, we don't know that to be true, Ms.
Carry out
we don't do
bags
that.
for people
We're not
allegedly. Okay, I say allegedly, but you know it was true. But anyway, I really don't appreciate how you all are handling him, and you know it's wrong. When your time come, I can't wait. Boy, we gonna have a party up in here. When your last day come to be a commissioner, mayor, I'm gonna say commissioners, we are gonna have a tremendous party up in here. But what I want to see also, that you have something for Black history, because you know what you do. You know what you do. That's bad. But Mr. Darvin Williams, he need to remain here and continue all of his good work that he has been doing and continue to do. Some of y'all need to get up out of here. And I'm telling you the truth. I can't wait for you to go. Bounce out of Opa-locka.
Can we get IT to come fix the
it's fixed.
podium? Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Citizens Forum is still open.
I guess it's not.
Okay, Chief, in lieu of time, let's just move the podium out the way and then we'll just get your stand on the thing. Citizens Forum is still open and y'all can fix it on the side.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Manager, Darvin Williams, City Attorney. My name is Randa Rad, and I reside at 706 Shore Avenue. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my family, the Rad family, as you all know. My parents moved to Opa-locka and have called Opa-locka home since the 1970s. They moved from Lebanon, and when we moved to Opa-locka, we've had many opportunities to call other cities home, but my parents were very persistent on staying in Opa-locka. Opa-locka has a special place in our heart, especially considering with the Arabian theme, and we're of Arabian descent as well. I can tell you this confidently. This has been the first time in a long time my parents are confidently happy with how our city is currently operating. Mr. Williams, I may not have met you on a personal level, but I can tell you my family speaks very highly of you, very highly of you. You are very approachable, very personable. I can tell you in the past, many complaints have fallen on deaf ears. We've had a hiccup last year regarding our permit situation, but I can tell you it's under Mr. Williams' leadership that communication has been addressed and the issue is still in the process of being fixed. But nonetheless, again, I'm here in favor of Mr. Williams. You would be doing a disservice to the city and its residents if you remove Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Citizens Forum is still open.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission, and the rest of the city officials. My name is Yasli Guillen. I reside at 770 Arabia Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. And I'm here to speak as a city resident and as a city employee. I know the city. I have been working for the city for the past 9 years. We all know internally what the city has gone through, all the challenges that we have. I know that when you all run for your position today, have a vision. But when you come here, there is a lot of challenging that sometimes we cannot do everything we want to, okay? And honestly, I think that in the past almost a year, we have done a tremendous progress, and making that decision today will not help us at all. We are in the middle of an audit. We have a lot of capital improvement progress ongoing, and a lot of them, I work for capital improvement. So I know how many, when in 2016, when the city falling under the financial emergency, we only had 3 major projects. Today, we are at 50, and we are only starting the fiscal year, okay? So there is a lot of construction coming this fiscal year also, in addition to the ones that we have. And we are making a lot of progress. That's only from my department point of view. I know it's very challenging sometimes. I know the lack of communication sometimes can be frustrating. But I honestly very humble, and from a city resident's perspective, ask you kindly to make a wise decision that will benefit all of us and continue making progress. Okay, and work together. Try to work together. Okay, I appreciate all of you, every single one. The time is really, we don't have all the time we want to accomplish everything we have to accomplish during the day. Everybody's super busy, and there is a lot of issues to resolve. So I really appreciate that we focus on the right problems that the cities have and continue with the people that we have in place, all of you.
Thank you, yes.
And work together.
Thank
Okay?
you, Ms. Leslie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioner. I'm going to ask for an extra 2 minutes because normally I would bring people that would represent my time. I brought my cousins down with me, so I would ask the permission to be granted from the commission.
Mr. Dennis,
I understand.
please, we got a long meeting.
The seniors their time.
They are seniors.
Yeah, but
Well, go ahead. We'll see where it goes. Restart the clock, please.
Brian Dennis, address 2140 York Street. Politics and BS both got 8 letters in it. And that's what's going on. The very same script that a lot of people read from is this same item that's been floating around on Facebook and that was given to a lot of people. Now, the same company that won't promote city events is the same company that, in my opinion, probably put this together. Now, everybody's talking about the great job that Mr. Darwin Williams is doing. but no one that says nothing about anything that the lawsuits that Mr. Williams has called since he's been here. Let's be factual. No one has said anything about the HR directors and the people that quit because he doesn't qualify to be the city manager. Let's talk about what this really is. What it really is that the city manager, the interim city manager, doesn't qualify to be the city manager because he can't get past a level 2 back.
Mr. Mayor.
Let's keep it in. Let's keep it 100.
Mr. Dennis.
Let's keep it what it is. Because as you talk, my time is running.
Keep going, but let's keep it, please.
It is what it is. Now let's go back to it. I'm the Community Relations Board Chair. The same woman that just came up here and spoke, Ms. Holden, came up here and attacked me and Commissioner Kelly. And then I had to come at the next meeting and show that the plaque that I had gave had former Mayor Alvin Miller name on it, former Vice Mayor Myra Taylor, former Commissioner Mary Allen, former Commissioner Bobby Bradley, and former Commissioner Derek Miller. So I've been a fixture in this city since 1997. So let's keep it real. Now, the same lady that attacked me and Commissioner Kelly cursed you out and cursed you out. Why? Under whose orders? Because two sitting up here haven't been cursed out. My thing is, and I'm going to say this to the person that I support, would you let him run your tax business the way he's running the city? And I'm quite sure that answer would be no. So all the people from the back blues that's running up here saying what somebody said about it and cared about it, what they ain't telling you is that when the hurricane came in 2005, guess who was the one that's sitting out there with him when it flooded? Brian Dennis, when all of them was sitting out there eating Subway in the front of the old city hall. That's why I can tell you what buildings back there need to be tagged and what buildings need to be unfolded. So when we're talking about doing the right thing, do the right thing. Now, before Commissioner Kelly got sworn in, before Vice Mayor Irvin got sworn in, and before you became the mayor, what was happening? He was trying to become the permanent city manager. Why? Because he knew that if it had came to a point to where it became it, he wouldn't be that person. So why are we sitting up here playing a game when we don't have several city managers, several outside influences go? But I'm going to say this. Stand up, bro. We got the money to recall you. Play the game.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
What Commissioner Kelly has put on the agenda, everybody know is right and fair.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Citizens Forum is still open.
Hi, good evening. Happy New Year, City Manager, Commissioners. I want to make a confession to you guys. Prior to the last election, I too was skeptical of the city manager. I remember texting with Commissioner Dominguez when it was a special meeting and the vote was 3-1. She was the one that voted against.
Mr. Cooper, do me a favor, keep your name and address for the record for me, please.
Give my home address, 6801 Southwest 75 Terrace, Miami, Florida, 33143.
And your name for the record.
Mark Cooper.
Thank you.
And so I was skeptical of the city manager. I too thought some of the shenanigans about trying to become the permanent city manager before the new dais was set wasn't so nice. And there was some other stuff, the hospital. But I got to tell you, I've dealt with the city manager on 3 occasions and I'm completely impressed. And I was wrong and I'm sorry. I was wrong to be skeptical without knowing the person. And I think the city's in a much better place. I don't know the reasons why it's on the agenda and I don't speculate what's in someone's mind. But just from my standpoint, I think he's doing a great job with what I've dealt with him. And then I also want to tell you that I came to the city of Opa-locka in 2010. At the time, it was the city manager named Clarence Patterson, who used to be a solid waste management director of the city of Miami. And ever since then, it's been difficult to deal with city managers. And I've had a lot of dealings with them because I'm not such a straight guy. But this city manager, I went to a meeting with the whole city staff and everyone was against me. And I spoke my truth and at least the city manager was willing to listen to me. And I thought that was fair. And so as someone who pays a lot in real estate taxes and everything I have, I owe to the city of Opa-locka because I came here from prison in 2010 without a penny. I'm telling you, you're in good hands with the city manager, and please, please, please help us continue going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Citizens Forum is still open.
Sorry, I'm short.
It's okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Mr. Williams. So I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. Name is Ruba Rad. Address is 706 Sherrar Avenue. I'm here today speaking in support of Mr. Darvin Williams. The first time that I actually met Mr. Darvin Williams was actually on a field trip to Shabandi Village with my students. I'm actually a math interventionist at Dr. Robert B. Ingram Elementary, formerly Opa-locka Elementary, which is also my former elementary school. A lot of us who went to Dr. Robert B. Ingram Elementary School, or at the time, Opa-locka Elementary, grew up where obviously we didn't really have maybe a powerful or great commission at the time. However, being that I'm an adult now and I see with my own eyes what goes on and I can make proper judgment, I think I can say that I believe Mr. Darvin Williams is good for Opa-locka. Going back to the field trip that we had for Shabandi Village where our students were learning about government, my family had an issue in which we need to resolve immediately. And the person who was there, thank God, to speak to and help us get it resolved was Mr. Williams. While the children were learning about government, after it was done, I approached him and I asked him if it was possible to speak to him. He said, yes, sure, once he got done speaking to the children and all the questions that they had asked for him. He then came back and approached me and asked me what was the problem. I spoke to him about what was going on with the issue that we are dealing with. And he said, here's my number, text me, email me, whatever you need, we'll help you guys. I said, thank you. Because like my sister said, my parents moved here since the 70s to Opa-locka. And me and my family, we call Opa-locka home. Once we step out of the perimeters of Opa-locka, it kind of feels unknown a little bit. But once we come back into Opa-locka, we're like, great, we're back home. I think it would be a great disservice to the young children who go to Dr. Robert B. Ingram Elementary School and who see how great Opa-locka is progressing with Mr. Williams with Opa-locka. So I stand here before you all saying I think it would be not a great decision if Mr. Williams was to leave Opa-locka. I really think we should continue keeping him here because with him, we are making greater changes for Opa-locka. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Rad. All right. Citizens Forum is still open. Citizens Forum is still open.
Really wish the podium was there, but okay. Good evening, commissioners, mayors. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Audrey Dominguez, 1147 Jan Avenue. On April 5th, 2022, Darvin Williams was appointed to be interim city manager for 9 months until a permanent city manager was hired. We're going on almost 2 years. He was very well aware of the agreement because he was working on his own project, the seniors affordable housing at the old Jackson Hospital that he was going to develop. That is why I supported hiring him only temporarily, which is what we spoke about. Now I'm going to speak to you about my personal experience as a former commissioner with the interim city manager. On July 13th, I wrote several issues to the interim city manager of his non-responses to my emails, calls, and text messages. On July 27th, 2022, the commissioners meeting, not only was I, okay. Okay. The commissioners meeting, not only was I disrespected as a commissioner, but I was also threatened. If you like to see, you can go back to the YouTube video Now, I don't have to lie about this, so you can go back and see it. It's the marker 343. He told the mayor at the time, which was Veronica Williams, if you don't wheel her in, I will wheel her in myself. That is a threat. I did not hear him. The mayor, on the other hand, at the time, did hear him and called him out and told him to lower his voice, his tone of voice. I found out the next day when I received several calls from residents. Now, the mayor said something that stuck with me. She said, what is done and said to some or one tomorrow can happen to you. You might be on the like list today, but you don't know tomorrow. Now, it didn't stop there. He then filed not one, but 2 complaints against me with the Commission on Ethics and Public Trust. Now the investigation was done. The Commission on Ethics determined no violation occurred. He put his staff and police officers against me to make these false complaints, but little did he know that I have 2 angels protecting me. That is my mom and my brother. Okay. All these residents that have come here in the past, not today, have come in the past, can't all be lying of the non-responses, the disrespect, and also from former commissioners here. Now, I too had to make the decision to terminate 2 previous city managers. Never was I disrespected or ignored as I have been with this interim city manager. Remember, your loyalty should be with the people that elected you and not with a man.
Thank you, Commissioner. Citizens Forum is still open.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I tried to get a little early, but I guess it's always best to have the last. It's always good to be last to be the best one. Okay, I went on quite a few things. Some of my residents was up here earlier. I came in kind of late. I heard they speaking about the city manager, his character. I'm not here for his character. I'm here.
Mr. Gary, do me a favor.
Opa-locka.
Your name and your
Oh,
address.
Gary Johnson, 13235 Alexandria Drive, apartment 10.
Thank you.
All right, we good for now?
We good.
All right, as I was saying, it was talking about his character. I'm not talking about his character. We talking about the action because I feel personally that the decision that was made on Gloria Gardens Apartments, that was personal. And the reason I can attest that it was personal, I looked around here, only see 2 people that was to a meeting that nobody knew about. That's me and Miss Natasha. When the city manager first came, he had something called drain your thing. If you're having problems in Opa-locka, come to it was held at Kerry B. Meeks over there at the airport. I still got the paper. He swore, he stood up there and his tape, he stood right up there. He didn't know who I was. He didn't know I was the tenant association president. He stood right there and said, it's gonna be this is my second time Opa-locka. This time I'm gonna make sure I shut down Gloria Gardens. And I'm like to myself, why would he say that not knowing that I am the tenant president? See, so now then another thing that strikes me is why did we get shut down so fast, the building? If you'd have went, it was 57 units. Only out the 57 units, technically speaking, maybe 13 of them was messed up. So why would you take and get the whole 57? Me personally, I don't have all the facts, but I honestly think when Van Cara got knocked down, that's when the pressure came to Gloria Gardens. So whoever's getting Van Cara is trying to get Gloria, to me. That's just me. But as my resident says, my tenants were standing up character. I'm not talking about the character. I'm talking about action. Because the meeting we had when we brought him, Frederica, matter of fact, the mayor, you asked for the meeting. And we brought the meeting. But once we had the meeting, right after the meeting, the city managers took and just destroyed a whole complex. The complex is destroyed. It might not never be worth living again, for the simple fact the building is closed, everybody's being scattered, and you can't do no work without the contract, without license, without none. Holes are still in the property. And I emailed all you guys and asked you guys, what's going on? Why do we still have holes? And they said that the permits are being held up. So character is good, but action says something else. You know, so I don't know. I think that we ought to take and render a decision as far as was that decision that was made by the city manager, was that a thoughtful plan? Did he think it through? In other words, so people wouldn't be misplaced. I got people misplaced. You see some of them, They stood up. I don't know. They say they like him. Okay, it's not about liking him to me. It's about the situation that he put the complex in that can't be rendered right now. I thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. All right, citizens forum is still open. Citizens forum is closed. Okay. Citizens. Okay, I already closed it, so she's. Okay, so we're gonna. I'm gonna. Citizens forum is back open.
Good evening, Commission. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
I know y'all been here a while and have been listening all the accolades about the city manager and the challenge to question the decision and the acts to make the right decision. Well, my name is Dr. Michelle Powell. I'm a family physician, but I'm also the fiance for Darvin Williams. So let me give you a little background.
Dr. Powell, can we get an address for the record, please?
16900 Northwest 14th Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make it real simple. For over 18 months, my fiance, Darvin Williams, has worked 7 days a week, 16 to 18-hour days. Not because, he just wanted attention. Not just because he had nothing else to do with his life. Not because he got this amazing paycheck. I know everybody with their paycheck work 40-hour days. When you own it like I do, I work 80-hour weeks. Well, he don't own Opa-locka, but he was working 7 days a week, 16 80-hour days, and still does. Does not come home to our house till 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. You got right decisions, you got wrong decisions, you got trial decisions. That's part of running a government. It's part of running a business. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't get it that right. But when I see someone who puts in the work, and not because he's my fiance, because you don't have to put in 80-hour weeks like I do for my company. You don't have to. And get results. You want to poo-poo on that? You want to trash 80-hour weeks for over 18 months? That's disrespect. So I'm going to make it clear. I've lived for 18 months with this 80-hour weeks. And I gladly give it up because he's a righteous man. Because when God calls you to work, you just got to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. Citizens forum is closed. All right, as we get ready to go, Madam Clerk, is Representative Gant on the line? I see her picture.
Mr. Mayor, IT would need to verify that information.
Okay, so while they do that, we can move
I'm
on.
here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yes.
Rep Gant, we'll give you a couple minutes, 2-3 minutes to go ahead and say what you wanted to say so we can move into the business of the city.
No problem. Thank you all for having me. I can't turn on my video because it says I do not have permission. So I'll just talk. I'm in Tallahassee. The legislative session started yesterday. So I will be posting as much as I can on social media. I will be releasing a day where we'll have a virtual town hall while I'm up here. But if you all want to stay abreast of what's happening up here, because a lot is happening and a lot is happening fast. Today in our criminal justice subcommittee, we had a bill that will be eliminated, the Civilian Independent Review Board for police, what is it called? Police, okay? And so that's an initiative that I think will likely pass, although we have an abundance of data that show that these independent review boards help with community relations with police departments. Departments is the word I couldn't think of. And we have a whole bunch of other just bad bills, some good ones coming up, but I will keep you all posted as much as I can. The Florida channel is how you can stay engaged, and it is an archive. So if you missed something, you can always go back on the Florida channel and watch it again. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor, for inviting me to attend via Zoom. I'm sorry I couldn't make it the last commission meeting, but I'm very happy that you all were able to allow me today. Happy New Year to the entire commission. And thank you. I see y'all have a lively event or meeting tonight. So I am going to end my remarks now and let everyone know my office is still open at the Joseph Caleb Center. My District 8 Christopher is still there and available to be contacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Gant, for what you're doing for us in Tallahassee. All right. Madam Attorney, we can go on to 13-1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing an agreement with Bryant Miller Olive, PA, to provide bond counsel services for the city's debt-related financing, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city attorney.
All right, Madam, can I get a motion? Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Commissioner Williams. Madam Attorney, go ahead and present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, this item is brought to you all because the city manager, interim city manager, was seeking bond counsel to specifically review and opine on bond-related matters in connection with refinancing of the current FY 2015 note financing for the municipal complex. Also, a new municipal complex air conditioning system, and finally, a certain improvements to an Ingram Park. And because of that, a bond, you would have had another bond item on, but I also brought my own item because normally these things do go through the city attorney in terms of hiring any kind of special counsel. So I had asked, and I heard one of the residents come up earlier talking about the amount. The amount here is a flat fee amount for less than $25,000. A very, very experienced attorney. My firm, all of the attorneys attend every year a municipal lawyers conference, and she's always highlighted and featured as one of the people who really understands this area of the law. Her name is Jolinda Herring, and she's with a firm called Bryant Miller and Olive. It's a statewide firm. And I wanted her in the event you all, and I understand the mayor wanted to defer the item and have it come with some other items that are similarly related, which I'm fine with doing that. But because she spent the time to actually come here tonight, I wanted her to have the opportunity to just introduce herself to you all. And if Ms. Herring, Mayor, if it's appropriate now, if she can come to the microphone, you can come on up, Ms.
Okay,
Herring.
so 1 second, Ms. Herring. Do we have any discussion on this item for the attorney? Any questions? And if it's the will of the commission to hear a brief presentation from Ms. Herring. You all okay with that? Okay. So no questions for the attorney. Ms. Herring?
Good evening. My name is Jolinda Herring, and I'm with the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive, PA, with offices in the state of Florida as well as Washington, D.C. I actually serve as the CEO and managing shareholder of that law firm, and have had that position for the last 3 years. I have been practicing in the bond arena and public finance for over 25 years. That is what I do. I do that every day. That's my expertise. We work with a number of cities and counties throughout the state of Florida, in particular Miami-Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County, Leon County, all up and down the state of Florida. And I personally represent those and have a lot of experience with what you all need.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. And I will reiterate what I said before, Madam Attorney. I think I'm asking you, just like I asked the manager.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
defer
Mr. Mayor.
these
I'm
items.
fine with deferring the item. I just didn't want her time to be wasted.
Okay.
And
No
so
time
thank you, Ms.
wasted.
Herring, for coming. Do appreciate you all.
All right, so we are deferring the
Yes,
item.
sir.
All right.
Thank
you, Madam Attorney. All right, as we go on to item 13-3.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, directing the interim city manager to take all necessary steps to purchase a new city bus to be utilized for the transportation of senior citizens, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Mayor Taylor.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor, and I'll present because this is my item. For the last couple years, we have been floating around the idea of purchasing a new bus for our seniors. And here recently, at an event that the seniors had, I was made aware that the bus was not working. And then to my surprise, when I was made aware of that, the seniors were actually on the way to the event and the bus broke down. And at that moment, me and Chief Otley had to take our personal cars along with the senior coordinator to pick those seniors up and bring them to that Christmas event. So this is not a new conversation about purchasing a bus for our seniors. So I'm simply asking my colleagues to support me in this and ensuring that our seniors have reliable transportation in the city of Opa-locka. So that's why you see this item before you. And it was pulled, so I'll open it. If you wanna.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Bass?
Thank you. I pulled the item because during my agenda briefing, I questioned the funding for the purchase of the bus. I just wanted to make sure that we were in a position to purchase the bus because I know it's needed. But during my agenda briefing, I was told that based on, I believe it was, what's that terminology they use? Kind of refer to the manager, to Mr. Williams? The terminology that was used during my agenda briefing as it relates to purchasing the bus, why more than likely we might not have the funds. What was it?
That was a conversation you had with the Assistant Budget Administrator, Dake.
Yeah.
He had identified that we had $150,000 in grants that we're trying to secure from the state right now. However, if this item passes, we will utilize contingency funds to actually make the purchase.
Yeah. And the bus, what is the estimate for that bus?
So we've looked at a range of the different buses, and they kind of range from $300,000 to $349,000.
300,000 to 349.
Yes, Commissioner.
And we would have to go into our
Contingency fund.
to purchase the bus.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, Mr. Manager, I'm not opposed to you going into contingency to get a bus for our seniors. And so I don't,
I just wanted to know where the money was coming from.
okay. So, and I hope we can find the money for said bus. And if there are no other questions, I will go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. To the manager, coming out of contingency, exactly which contingency line item?
I'll have to bring up the Budget Administrator to answer that question. I'll call Mr. Robert Anathan, the Budget Administrator, to answer the question of which line item of contingency you're looking to utilize for this purchase.
Commission, Bob Anderson, Budget Administrator. Commissioner Kelly, we have $1.25 million of contingency in the general fund right now. This would be the source of the funding for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. If there is no other questions, Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next item is 13-4 was
4.
no 13. Okay, 13-5, I'm sorry. Next item is 13-5.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, terminating interim city manager Darvin Williams, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Commissioner Kelly.
Move it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, moved by Commissioner Kelly. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Kelly, this is your item. You can go ahead and present it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would have hoped that all of the citizens and people that spoke would have still been here, but it's public record. As I present this item tonight, I do not take it lightly, the concerns, the passion that others have spoken disagreeing with this. As I've often said during these meetings, one of the greatest things we have is our right to express our opinions and what we believe. It's called freedom of expression. It's called democracy. So let me say up front, I appreciate the supporters of the ICM, Mr. Williams, coming to say what you said. And I would hope that same passion and concern does not end tonight, but shows up every meeting to fully know what is happening in your city. Having said that, be assured, I never put forth legislation just to do it. Over my 20+ years of public service, I'm quite aware of the impact that we have as a commission in our role as policymakers. After returning to office over a year ago, and even before coming back, I've observed this administration in action on many fronts. And yes, and you heard it tonight, one can spin words, you can spin remarks, you can spin commentary, even hype perception. But perception only becomes reality when you deny facts. And at the end of the day, facts and truth will catch up and pass hype and perception every time. As I often tell residents who attend Meet Me Monday, I will always do my best to represent this community and provide real answers and not fluff. Providing answers and addressing the concerns of this community, both residential and business, should always be our highest priority. And please note, as I share some of my reasons for termination, I don't do so out of any personal dislike, but for what I believe is right for this city. And believing what is right starts with accountability. And for all of us here sitting before you as elected officials, accountability to the taxpayers, carrying out our fiduciary responsibility, setting policy, and then holding those whom we oversee accountable. This administration, in my belief, has been accountable to some and not accountable to all. It has not been accountable, and in many cases, ignored the mandates and directives given. In my limited interaction with the ICM, it became apparent early on upon my tenure back that his agenda and management focus, his communicating with elected officials, his failure to timely address issues of concern were not what they should be. Despite these and other misgivings, I tried to work with him, and in some instances, tried to convey my willingness to share my years of experience in government and ideas if he chose or felt they could be helpful. But one thing I always do, if you're upfront with me, if you're honest with me, then I'll do the same with you. But when I don't get that reciprocated, I'm going to back up and look at it differently. When you look at what's happening in our city, again, I tried to work with them. I tried to be helpful. I tried to offer the experience. Not that I know it all, but just to offer. He was an interim, going to be here for a short period of time. So I wanted to offer what I could, knowing that our financial emergency status, audit completions, were of the utmost importance, along with the always demands of the city ever changing. And yes, they're long hours, they're long days, but when you become a city manager, just like all of us, it comes with the territory. And so it is a responsibility you have when you accept the position. This administration, in my opinion, has failed on too many fronts. As a city manager in a city government structure such as ours, you run day-to-day operations, but you must also do that understanding the guides of the policymakers, which is the mayor and the commission. This includes providing timely responses of communication and addressing concerns brought to your attention. It also goes without saying, this includes residents and business concerns as well. Too often, from this very setting and that same platform, over the last 6 to 7 months, what have we heard? We've heard countless commentary about no or lack of timely responses from this manager or his office. I don't make it up, it's public record. Go back and look at it. Some have been simple in nature, some have been complex and economic in nature, but one common theme, lack of response and follow-up. It's public record. So you can check how many times over the previous months, dating back to April of last year, even to present, requests that were ignored or not fully addressed. I don't have to make it up. It's right here in black and white. Public record, you can get it. Where this commission have said to this manager, we would want you to do this. Please follow up on that. Totally ignored. Glorietta Apartments, where is the plan? The plan was we had a press conference that this commission found out after it was scheduled. I don't make it up. We're all concerned about Glorietta Apartments. But you do not call the press conference and then tell the elected officials afterwards, I'm having a press conference. And we don't have any clue what's really taking place. That's not how city government in this structure works. I don't make it up. There are numerous situations in this document, public record, because the clerks keep all of our requests from the commission, directives to the manager that go back months on end. Please give us a report on this. Please give us updates on this. Please provide this information. Goes unnoticed until the manager decides he may want. And if you look at some of these, which I caught my attention today, some of them are 2 and 3 requests of the same situation. Not for anything earth-shattering, information, timely updates, reporting on our financial situation, updates on Glorietta Apartments, updates on other things going on in this community, updates on citizen concerns that come here, taxpayers, business people that go unnoticed. I appreciate the ones that he's contacted. I appreciate the ones he's followed through with, but there are a whole lot of them that are not here. And I understand it. They still got to do business. They don't want to be retaliated against. I understand it. There are residents who I know are not happy. They're not coming tonight. Some are sitting here. They ain't going to talk. I got it. I understand it. People have to take care of their family. I got it. But one thing I want you to understand, Commissioner Kelly does not take things lightly. It's documented over and over. Please give us requests. Please provide information. Please do this. Please do that. So much so, I've been in government over 20 years. Many of you have been around. I've been doing Meet Me Monday ever since I can remember. I've never had to have a resolution put on the agenda for the manager to address citizen concerns. And even when they come, a lot of times they're not even on time. The meeting is on Monday. I get the responses on Tuesday. Yes. Yes. It's reality. It's not perception. It's not hype. It's reality. You're never too busy to address concerns or carry out the directives given. unless there's some unforeseen circumstances which should be given. As I've observed over the last year, and especially since I've sponsored legislation to carry out an already passed legislative item, one required by the charter to go out for a national search for a city manager, an unwillingness of cooperation. Keep in mind, this did not preclude the ICM from applying. I simply was carrying out the duty of an elected official in hiring a permanent city manager. Without going all the details, which I won't, you can watch via previous meetings on YouTube, even requiring the city to have to ask the state to seek an outside HR director because the position lie vacant, which means the permanent city manager search was even further delayed. That's why we're here 18 months later. Because the search is delayed because the charter says you have to have the HR director in place to procure that process. Guess what? We've gone through a couple of HR directors, one of which was hired by the ICM, who resigned. Right in this setting, all of my colleagues here, is public record. We were told we have an interim HR director. Couldn't make one meeting, couldn't make another meeting. Told to this commission by the ICM, she doesn't want to come because the commission, she feels is going to do something and she doesn't want that pressure. Guess what? It's public record. All of us got an email from that same individual saying, I didn't say that. I never accepted the position. Never accepted it. I can only go by what I'm given. I don't go by talk, I go by documentation. When I brought that up, it was never refuted by anyone. So that's why it's taking this long to get where we are. Everyone wants a permanent city manager in the city. Guess what? Mr. Williams applied the same way other folks did. But we couldn't even move the process forward without having HR. We had to go to the state, oversight, get approval, just to begin that process again, which is ongoing right now. So when you talk about it's been 18 months, yeah, because it's been stretched out. And the law requires that it goes through that process. It requires that. When you look at what's happened and have to go out for a search, think about it for a moment. Having to wait that long with numerous delays, coming here for meeting, workshops, thinking it was going to be moving forward, only to not have it happen. That's why it's taken almost 10 months even to get this far. This and other delays, including legislative items not brought forward to the commission timely, but often in a rushed or past need status, we got to do it now. Other delays such as historic city hall renovation completion, yes, they're working. It was supposed to be done since last year. A new police department, headquarters, we cut the ribbon the other day. Everybody knows we need to have someone for public safety. We're spending $1 odd. Love it, support it. We cut the ribbon, but there's no furniture in there. It's not operational. So to me, you're way ahead of where you should be. Why? Perception, optics, fluff. That's where it is. That's reality. That's not perception. That's facts. We want to have the police in their own place. They're going to be here because it was determined we could not build a building. And that decision was really made before I got back here, but they're going to have a place to be. Love it. But again, we're putting things before they ought to be. Doesn't even have furniture yet. Carroll Lane, Sesame Street road work, audit preparation, audit completions. We needed to be completed by December that were not. But we're thankful for JLAC And their patience, as we've been told, is going to be completed, hopefully, by the end of February of this year. Again, lack of management responsibility and action in a timely manner. You've heard so much about Glorietta Apartments complex, the conditions that our residents had to deal with, as there was no real initial plan to deal with the crisis before deciding to go out there. So now everything is behind, everything is hodgepodge, everything is catch up. I got emails today from some of those tenants. They're in the hotel being told Friday they're going to get out. They don't know where they're going to go. That's real because there was no plan. You got to have a plan. I asked this administration, where is the plan? When you start moving people and relocating and getting HUD involved, you need to have a plan. So now we're playing catch up. Our residents are hurting, they're suffering, and there's still not a full plan because we don't have an agreement in place with management. A lot of other things that I'm not even aware of, and maybe others aren't. Again, what has happened? I know we're going to continue to work to improve the living conditions for the residents who are enduring even as we speak. And that's going to take place whether Mr. Williams is here or not. And of course, I can't leave out leisure activities for our community. And I know many of them have left. Seniors on the Move, she indicated I started back in 2001. Of course, Parks and Recreation, everybody knows dear to my heart. And of course, Siegel and Ingram Park. Ingram Park, the crown jewel of our great park system. Closed for over 4 years. I had all kind of opposition and roadblocks not to reopen that park. Oh, we got great plans for the park. Oh, we're going to do this for the park. But guess what? Money potentially for the park is tied to this bond that we're just about to do. Should we have left that park closed for another 1.5 years and the residents on the east side have nowhere to go? I said not. Thankfully, this commission supported me in the efforts. Why? Because we need to have activities for our young people, our seniors, those who want to go. The commission supported the reopening of the park, even put a trailer on it because it was said the building was unusable. We had new field lighting that was already there, redone restrooms, and guess what we have? We've got a field light that burns every night, and there's nobody on the park. We put a trailer over there for an office. Guess what? It's hardly ever staffed. There's no programs. There's no activities. Don't tell me, I'm over there. I got the pictures. I can show you dates and time. It's locked up. Residents asking me, Commissioner, where is the programming? Where's the activities for Ingram? Where are they for Siegel for that matter? That's reality. Folks come to meet me Monday. What's going on, Commissioner? When I look at the meetings, y'all are saying you got millions of dollars. That's reality. You got a park, nice park. We don't have fishing tournaments over there. Some of you have been over there. Beautiful park. Yes, it needs work. It needs improvements. But guess what? It's open and it can be utilized. Many people know when I came back to run, because I was retired, one of the things I said, I'm coming back to get Ingram Park open and to help my community and share my experience. That's what I said. Only needed 2 years. That's why I didn't run for mayor. Get the park open. I want to see it look as nice as some of the other parks in other areas. Get it open. It's out there. We had a ribbon cutting. We had a reopening. Supposed to have program. Not happening. Nothing going on. Access administration. Please tell me when the Times Park's open. Please put some signage out there. Go out in the community. Hasn't happened. Hasn't happened. This is fact, not fiction, not hype. It's reality. It's reality. Siegel Park. Yes, it's a passive park. It can have activities as well. That's fact. I don't sit here just to be, there's a job for all of us to do. Ours is set policy. And to give directive, it's the administration's job to follow through and do it. Not selectively, but as given by this commission. That is not taking place. Even as of now, ARPA funds are sitting there to be used for the park, for Ingram and Siegel. They got to be encumbered by 24 end of this year. They could be used to upgrade that park now, but we wait on the big plan. $250,000 sitting in a line item. Sitting in a line item. Do the citizens deserve? Do the community deserve it? Yes, they do. Are they getting it? No. Because it hasn't been priority, even though the commission has said it's priority. As we go through our national search, I believe we can do better. As I said, and I say to continue, Mr. Mayor, I know I've talked long and I know my colleagues want to weigh in, so I'm going to stop here, but I would just ask before we get to the end that I allow my closing comments. But let me say this before I yield the gavel and hopefully get an opportunity at the end before your call for the vote. As I said, and I continue to say, I didn't come back for popularity. I didn't come back for TV cameras or the like. I came back to share my knowledge and experience in helping my city reach and be the city of brighter opportunities. So you can keep negative texting. You can keep texting my church family members, my personal family members, my friends texting, Commissioner Kelly is this and Commissioner Kelly is outdated. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. You do you, and I'll keep doing me. But in the future, if you know what I'm thinking, if you want to know what I'm thinking, if you want to know why I'm saying what I'm saying and why I'm putting forward legislation, don't hide. Just ask me. Call a meeting. Call a meeting. I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. Nobody wants to see this city succeed more than me, whether Mr. Williams is sitting there or whoever is sitting there. But what I will not do is sit here and ignore reality. I will not ignore facts, whether it's the employees who feel hurt, threatened. They're not going to come here. They got to feed their families. I got it. Business people have to run their business. They ain't coming. I got it. I'll be that lone voice if I have to be. I'll be that voice, and don't ever take my kindness for weakness. If I have to stand there every night, every meeting, and put it on the floor and it goes down 4-1, I will stand for what I believe. I will hold the manager, the attorney, and the clerk, because they are the three that we hold jurisdiction over. I've got so much others I'm going to add because I heard stuff come up tonight I didn't even know was even happening. Housing stuff that's happening. Other things I didn't even know, and I'm an elected official. Interesting. But every one of us are called by the voters. We're chosen. Everyone has to make their own decision. I heard the community. I heard what someone just said, but I also heard those folks are not here. But I want to hear my colleagues. And that's what democracy is all about. So having said that, Mr. Mayor, I want to yield, and then at the end, I'd like to have the final closing statement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Any other comments on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Bass?
I pulled this item for the mere fact that to each his own. And no one in this room is perfect. No one was ever born perfect, and no one is going to die perfect. I took a personal view of the manager's role, his accomplishments, and his flaws, and his failures. And in my opinion, his accomplishments outweighs the negative. I've heard what my colleague had to say, and the majority of was lack of communication. Not so much that Mr. Williams is not doing his job, doing the job. Had I heard that he was not doing his job, it would have been a different thought pattern that I would have tonight. But I didn't hear that. Does Mr. Williams need to work on communication skills with mayor and commission? Yeah, he needs to. But again, nobody's perfect. And he is a charter member. Any of us have the ability to knock on his door or open his door at any time and walk in and say what we need to say. So much have been said in this room tonight. And at the end of the day, it is not about 5'2" me, Sherilyn Musgrove Edwards Bass, 187 pounds. It's about the residents of the city of Opa-locka and what has been accomplished under the leadership of Mr. Williams, along with my colleagues and myself. Everything that Mr. Williams has accomplished, we had something to do with it, and we did good. And like I said a couple of nights ago, we're in a good place and we smell good. Yeah, we're not perfect. We're not perfect. We're not going to be perfect. But in my opinion, Mr. Williams is perfect for this position at this time. And what really took me for a loop is that Mr. Williams, along with others, has applied for this permanent position. Why couldn't we as mayor commission follow the process, get to the end of that process and make a decision? Why did we have to call tonight to put it on the agenda as a resolution? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why couldn't we just wait? And I say, no, I did not bring the resolution, but I'm a part of this. Why couldn't we wait it for the whole process to be accomplished? We have the right. We are the ones that are going to vote yes or no. 3 of us are going to make it happen or not make it happen. Why couldn't we just wait? That's my question. Why couldn't we just not wait? We would have gone home already. It would have been over and done with. I just don't understand why that happened. For the life of me, I don't. We could have waited and followed the process, and either he would have gotten it or not. And that's it. But this right here for me is a waste of time since he has already applied for the job with others. That's all I have to say, Mr. Williams. Outwardly, I have your back. And yes, you do need to work on your communication skills. Nobody's perfect. You do need to work on that. And I support you 100%. And I want it on the record. Plain and simple. This is my community. These are my people. My grandchildren run the streets here. I work here for over 22 years. This is my community, and the residents are my people. All of us wants what's best for our people. And for me, right now, Mr. Williams is what's best for our government. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bass.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor.
After hearing that this was going to be on the agenda, my voice is a little ragged. I did a little research. Mr. Baker, the city manager that resigned in February of 2015. Since 2015, we've had 10 city managers. 10. 2 of them we had twice. And the only reason it's not, we just started 2024. So the reason it's not 9 years, because we've had Mr. Williams for almost 2 of those. So in 7 years, we had 9 managers. Insanity. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That's what sanity is. I just got here. I've only been here 1 year and 2 months. But if I may ask, Mr. Mayor, how many managers have you fired? I'm not picking or anything. I'm just asking.
Finish your comment, ma'am.
Okay. And I have that same question, and I have the same question for Commissioner Kelly, and the same question for Commissioner Bass and Commissioner Williams down there. But I asked the question because that is a lot to have that many city managers in that short a period of time. How are we ever going to move our city forward? You can't move it forward. It's hard because what he's doing, the next manager isn't going to have a clue what's going on. And when he leave, don't you think some employees gonna leave with him? So the employees that know what was going, they're leaving with him. They're not gonna stay here. To me, this is ridiculous. You know, a lot of times I sit here and I wonder, I've asked myself over and over here lately, are we bosses up here on this commission or are we bullies? Because most times, to me, it seems that we're more bullies than we are bosses. You know, we're bosses, but let me show you something. Let me show you something. Mr. Mayor, if I may, to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, did you receive evaluation in 2023?
Mr. Mayor? No, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, do you know when the last time you received evaluation?
I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I may, to the attorney, Madam Attorney, did you receive a evaluation in 2023?
I am outside counsel.
No, ma'am, just yes or no.
I don't know. Well, no, because I don't know of any city attorneys who are outside counsel that
Okay.
get evaluations. So, but no, ma'am,
It's
I
yes
didn't.
and no, you
I
didn't.
didn't.
Okay, thank you. If I may, to the manager, Mr. Manager, did you receive an evaluation in 2023?
No, Vice Mayor.
Have you received an evaluation since you've been here?
No, Vice Mayor. I have never received a performance evaluation from the commission.
Okay. So our job, we're their bosses and we're supposed to be giving evaluations, but I don't see on the here for us to be fired. We're not doing our job. Wow. We're not doing our job. We have a few things to do, and one of them is to give evaluations. And I know I've been here a year and I haven't given an evaluation. So how is it that our manager, our clerk, or our attorney is supposed to know that they're not doing the job of the commission? Did we have any of them been written up? Have they gotten any kind of advice saying, paperwork saying, you need to sign this? Before God blessed me to be an entrepreneur over 32 years ago, I worked for the University of Miami for 8 years. And I was evaluated every year at the University of Miami. Not only was I evaluated, towards the end of my tenure with them, I started slacking off. And I know I was. And I got wrote up. I got called in the office and got an evaluation of performance, telling me that my days off cannot be Fridays and Mondays every week. They wrote me up and I had to sign it. You know why I had to sign that? Because they were on their way to doing a paper trail to get rid of me. And I knew that. And at that time, honestly, I really didn't care because I had something better going on. But you can't not tell me that I'm not doing my job. But then you bring me here because everything was said here could have been on an evaluation form. And he's going to sign it saying that I know that I got to work on my communication skills. Now, in Miami-Dade public schools, where 2 of my colleagues work, those kids get 4 progress reports. If that child parent is not informed that they're doing unsatisfactory work, you can't retrain those children. You can't even give them an F on their report card if the parents was not notified that they're not doing satisfactory work. To the mayor, to our vice principal, Commissioner Williams, am I correct? Okay.
But we have to let people know that they're not doing a good job. And that goes for the manager too. If he has an employee and he hasn't evaluated or written up that employee should not be fired either. In Opa-locka, they have this thing, the Opa-locka way. And you know what I say to the Opa-locka way? Damn it. There is no Opa-locka way. This is happening so many times. It's all about who likes you. You know what? I ain't got to like nobody up here I'm working with, but 832 people trusted me to come up here and do the best job that I can do for them. But guess what? I can't come and only make a decision for the 832 people. I got to do it for all 16,000 residents, whether they voted for me or not. I have to do it. I have to make that happen. And it's crazy. My husband go divorce me, but I didn't even know that there was a problem. And in Miami-Dade County also, you cannot divorce your wife if there's children involved because they got to send you to counseling. They have to send you to counseling. I want us to stop looking at our personal feelings, put feelings over performance. I could not like Mr. Williams here, but his performance is happening. And I like my colleague, does he have a communication problem? Maybe. But if he was informed in writing and signed it that he had a communication problem, then now we all know that he has a communication problem. He had 6 months to correct it and he didn't do it. And now here we are. But we don't have any of that. We don't have any of that. Not at all. Not at all. And we have to do better. We just have to do better as a whole. Because I'm not perfect. I'm here to tell you, if you're looking for a perfect person, it ain't me. It is not me. Trust me. But as a community activist, when I was a community activist years ago, before I took this place, I went out into the community talking to business owners, trying to get donations for a project that I was working in here, Opa-locka, the Booster Club. The doors were shut so hard in my face, it wasn't funny. And I was telling many of them, but this is Natasha. And they would tell me, they were angry with the city of Opa-locka. They wanted nothing to do with the city of Opa-locka, period. Even my closest neighbor, because I too am a business owner here in Opa-locka for the last 30 years. They didn't want to buy a bicycle, a $50 bicycle, because the city of Opa-locka had been so nasty to them. But guess what? Here we are today. A lot of Mr. Alex at the Ace Hardware. The manager has made amends with the with Alex over at Ace Hardware. The manager actually takes the time out to reach out to our business community and help them where he can. And I have one gentleman I know, he wanted help. He has been fighting, having code fines and whatnot. I just need somebody to walk me through the process. And the manager did that for him, not just for him, but for some others. Now the city of Opa-locka have a connection with the business community. That didn't happen by happenstance. That happened because the manager is out and about in the community. And Lord knows I'm out and about in the community. And I ask, anytime a resident or a business owner come up to me with a problem, I go back and I ask them, well, how was your experience with the city manager? I ask him, and they don't have a reason to lie to me because most of them know me. They're not going to lie to me. And they say it's pleasant. We know what we have in Mr. Williams. It's like that used car you bought. You thought it was going to work good. And 3 months later, it showed you who they really were, who it really was. Didn't work worth a quarter. We know what we got in Mr. Williams. We take what we have in him, we tweak it, we make it right. You're going to do this. We just do it the right way. Let's get out of this Opa-locka way. That Opa-locka way ain't working. It hasn't worked in years. We removed the dark cloud over our logo. Looks like we're steadily trying to put it back together, cotton ball by cotton ball. Take our feelings out of it. Take our personal feelings out of it. It's not about I. It's we. It's we. If one of my colleagues does something wrong, guess what? I got to take it with them. I have to say, well, we should not have done that. It was we. I was supposed to bring some rocks today to put up here, and I left them at home because I wanted to know he who was perfect, throw a rock. We're not perfect. There is no perfect. Communication is key. I believe in having conversations. I believe in talking with people. When I first got on this dais, Commissioner Williams and I realized we weren't speaking. What did I do? I went and sat down and had a conversation with her. Let's find out what the problem is. That's what we have to do. And we have not had a problem since. Am I correct? Commissioner Williams, we have not had a problem. We laugh, talk, we have fun. We the two party women up here. Yeah, you know, and I take some, I take some, you know, my pastor used to say, we so fickle. And I was like, he always talking about people fickle. And he always, but when I sat down and looked at things, I was like, you know, he's right. He also said that hurt people hurt people. But what I'm going through at my house, stay at my house. When I come here on this dais, it's all about the city business. It's not about Natasha. It's about Opa-locka and its residents. That's what it's about. Now, my mother-in-law, may she rest in heaven, she always told me, you can catch more flies with honey than you can vinegar. But I will tell you something else, and I'm going to stop in a minute. My mouth getting dry. Respect. I am big on respect. Because if you disrespect me, baby, you go get it. You go get it. And I mean that. But respect is given, is not given. I'm sorry, it's not given, it's earned. You have to earn respect. And if you show me respect, I'm darn sure going to show you some respect. That's what it is. I would like for this day is to keep business, business, and personal, personal. And you'll find out, I think we're doing an amazing job. When I'm in the community, they tell me that we're doing an amazing job, that this day is the best day that we've had in a long time. And I believe them because I sit here. I believe them. And when we're great, he's great, she's great, we're all great. But we have to do our job too. We can't not be doing our job and then point fingers at other people that's not doing their jobs. We can't do that. Thank you all for listening. I'm done. I do not support this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments on this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams?
So I don't have any, all of my colleagues have made very eloquent speeches and their pros and cons and fors or against. I'm going to say that everyone that was here tonight, and whether you were here or still here, there's always two sides to every story. So when you go on, when you speak, when you text, when you go on social media and you say this is a thing, sometimes it's not a thing. Because one thing I know, and we talked about you know, us being professionals, is we have to look at a global picture of everything. It can't just be
well, we like it, we like someone, so you all should like someone too. As a commission, we go by a charter. We can be in trouble if we don't follow a charter. Now, I will tell you that for me, I've been torn, I've been pushed, and I've been pulled. And I'm still torn, and I'm still pushed, and I'm still pulled because my vote was very definite. And then my vote became indefinite because I then had to really think about myself as a leader in a leadership role. And as a leader, how do leaders move forward? What do leaders think in terms of what the global picture, and the global is our 16,000 residents. And we had a lot of residents come up, but quite frankly, the ones that really have been here have been the seniors on the move. Everyone else just come and go, or business, but most are new. And at the end of the day, it's always easy to say, well, it's been bad, and it was bad, and it was bad, and it was bad, and it was. And the city is moving. And I had to think, let me make a list of pros and let me make a list of cons. But I do want to say one thing. I would be remiss if I don't say that there are issues, there are struggles, and there are push-pull relationships on this board when it comes to our city manager. And I'm saying it so that it's on the record, because at every turn of the way, I have been preaching, not just me, and I don't want to say I'll say the board, about our city manager search. City manager search. That has been our thing. We have to have one. And regardless of what everyone thinks or what you want, we must go through a process, and we must finish the process. But for me, the process has been thwarted. Rocks have been tumbling, not even rocks, boulders have been placed in the process. At the same time, we had 2 meetings, and I have to, like I said, I'm gonna put on record. We had 2 meetings where the assistant city managers could not answer a question. And a city as small as ours, we have 2 assistant city managers in 2 meetings. No one can answer a question. And so when I say I feel disrespected, yes, there are times I feel disrespected. And so my notes, and I'm going to read my points. Right now, we have millions of dollars in CIP projects, millions of dollars. And if you don't know, go back, pull records, look at it, millions of dollars. And those CIP projects are just moving, rolling, going along. But there are a lot of commission projects that are stale and stagnant and have not been pushed as much as the CIP projects. That's my problem. And that's an issue, because those CIP projects are visuals. That's your roads, that's your sidewalks, that's the bridges, that's your city hall, historic city hall. Those are the visuals that make the city manager's office look good. And so that's what everyone's speaking on. We have great affordable housing coming up. We have housing. We see the development that's happening in our city. You see visuals. But please be aware that everybody that also came up gave kudos to the city manager. But the $2 million police station, the board had to approve. And we had to ask those questions, which, by the way, Mr. Mayor, I had a procedure, but they still continue to have those ribbon cutting anyway without the entire board there. There are things, and so that's that. Where are we going with this? We talked about communication. I have said communication over repeatedly. It's a thing. It's a thing. I should not get a text message or a call from a resident that a building is on fire, but we have 2 assistant city managers. And no one can call or text me to let me know or inform. That's the communication. There are serious communication issues. We already talked about the manager search and the CIP projects, but we also have to understand that all these accomplishments are our accomplishments, not one person's accomplishments. And everybody is making it one person's accomplishments. It's not. We are a board. We discuss, we have conversations. And by the way, our beautiful senior that recited that wonderful resume, it was beautiful. But we have something that's called strategic planning. And we have strategic planning. And in that strategic planning, we had that Carrie Meek. And in that strategic planning, the board outlines our vision for the city, what we want to see, and the projects and ideas, the vision and the mission of how we're going to move the city forward. But nobody talked about that. Everybody says one person. And so, unfortunately, those conversations aren't public. You don't get a chance to hear or see what our vision is as a board. And we were there for hours laying out what we want to see for our city. It is our job to create legislation, and it is the manager's job as well as the entire city to make that legislation happen. So when you hear all of that that's being said, that it's our vision, it's our vision. We share a vision. So I got to be clear, because there's this misperception of what we do and what others do. Our job is to create, pass legislation for all 16,000 residents in our city. Like Vice Mayor said, not the 800 that voted for her or how many, it's for all. So I want you to be clear, because that breaks my heart. Because we don't have to be here. By the way, we barely get paid to be here. So when we have residents that come up and say, I'm not going to vote for you. Okay, you're okay. That's fine. I'm going to still pay my bills. My bills will be paid, whether I'm voted in office or not. This does not pay our bills. Please know that. So keep all the threats. Keep all the threats. I'm telling you, y'all should keep all the threats to yourselves. Because anybody, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Davis, they know how hard, Commissioner Santiago, this is not easy, but it's the vision of the commission. Most of those projects, the CIP, everything, a whole lot of them were voted during Commissioner Santiago's time. They're just coming to fruition because we were locked up with money and could not move anything. Some of those projects started way back with Commissioner Kelly. Follow the trail, people. The police station. I signed that legislation as mayor, but I wasn't here to cut the ribbon. when it didn't need to be cut right now. It could have been cut a whole hour before this meeting. What was the rush? So I'm saying you all don't see that. You gotta see the picture. And so when you see this frustration in my heart, it's because there are things we have to fix internally because what's happening is it's a us against a them, and we can't do that. We can't operate with a us against a them energy. Do the homework. We have new residents that are literally just saying, this is all happening because this one person. That is not true. That's not true. And it's disheartening and it's hurtful. We finally, thank God, have a HR director. That process just took, it just took forever and it was unnecessary. The mayor himself had to direct our manager to sign a document that needed to be signed. And so when I hear Commissioner Kelly feel a certain kind of way, I feel them. I am there. I understand, because those are those small things that make us feel, or me, and I'm going to speak for me, make me feel, because if and I'm going to say it, today I can be popular. I can be the one that everybody loves, but tomorrow you hate it. You're not the flavor of the month. And that's just how it is. It's just unfortunate. That's just how it is. And I hope that we continue to work as a board. But again, we have to have respect for the entire board. When one member of this board feels disrespected, feels like he or she is not getting the communication that he or she deserves, that they are not receiving the information that he or she deserves, then all of us, and I'm speaking to my colleagues, then all of us need to feel that same pain for that one person. And we all need to not just sit back and say, hey, this is happening to one, and we ignore it. But if someone is asking for information, that information should be given. And that's really the reality. We have to have respect from the entire management team. I'm saying the entire management team needs to have that type of respect for us. And I promise you, we will give that same respect back. And again, I'm putting what I'm saying is not favorable on record. Doesn't mean how I'm going to vote, how I will vote. But I have to say that those are my issues that I have. Those are my issues. And so whatever way I vote, some people are going to like it, some people are going to hate it. And it's just what it is. But we have to fix, and at the end of the day, we have a process that we have to finish. We have to finish that process. And our interim city manager, if he's not our final person at the end of the day, when we finally move into that area of who we're going to choose, then that's just it. We part ways. We part ways. And we continue to bring someone in that's going to push the commission's agenda, not make their agenda be highlighted, but our agenda, because it's our. There is no I in team. None. We are teammates. They say teamwork makes the dream work. But it doesn't feel like we're on the same team when simple little things like a ribbon cut, that's simple. You can see, you might say, golly, that's petty on her, but that's simple. But for me, it wasn't. Made me feel like I did nothing as a mayor. So, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm done.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and call the question.
Mr. Mayor, there are some sections that
Mr.
that
Mayor,
have blanks.
1 second.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Kelly,
Let's finish with discussion.
we're finishing. I was gonna call the question. You have something?
Oh no, I thought you was making remarks. I didn't.
No,
Okay.
everything has already been said. So, if, what,
Mr. Mayor, I need some direction from the city attorney. There are some areas in the legislation that need that have blanks in it and need to be completed.
That's correct.
so going back to the agenda. Okay, it says, is that the second whereas? That's the second whereas that you're referring to, Madam Attorney? To appoint and then compensation or something?
The blank spaces.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
I was gonna ask the attorney to opine on this, but go ahead.
Okay. No, I thank you. I was gonna do the same thing. I was just
Yeah.
gonna ask, don't we pass the legislation before we fit? Or pass
No,
or
you
up,
you
down,
you
I don't know.
you would it's one piece of legislation that includes two different issues. One is appointing a new interim, and the other is the whether or not you are going to continue with Mr. Williams. So what you all could do is if you want to bifurcate it, you know, I guess you could do that. It's on the agenda tonight for both issues. But or you could have some discussion right now in the way of if it passes, who would be that new interim manager. And I think that's what the sponsor wanted, but maybe the sponsor can weigh in on how he thinks it should go forward. But you have options. You could bifurcate it, or you can have some discussion now about who you might select if should this pass.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hearing the comments and concerns and the challenges from my colleagues. I really don't like to go back and forth on commentary that is stated. So I'll just leave it there the way it's worded to appoint as an interim for a temporary period starting 12/01. And of course, the salary compensation would be the second part. I thought it was going to be divided, but since it's on the agenda, I'm fine either way that the commission wants to approach it.
Oh, okay, Madam Attorney, you're gonna have to dive a little bit deeper into this because this process I've never seen it this way, where it was been in all in one. So what you're proffering is that we have a discussion on in the case that Mr. Williams is terminated, blank person will and take over with the compensation of blank, right?
Thank you. Let me just make it, since it's my legislation.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mayor,
Mr. Kelly.
Let me just do it this way, and everyone could just vote however they feel. I know it's a very contentious issue, so let me just say it like this. I would like to insert in the second whereas the commission desires to immediately terminate Darwin Williams as interim city manager at the city commission meeting on January 10th. I actually have two names to proffer, possibilities. The first one that I want to proffer would be Vernon Hargrave as the interim city manager. And for you that may not know, Vernon Hargrave is the former city manager of the city of Miramar, longtime city manager, retired, but who would be willing to come in and serve temporarily because I know it's a concern of experience. So I would offer that name as an interim city manager for a temporary period as Vernon Hargrave.
Okay. So the sponsor has inserted Vernon Hargrave as the appointment as interim city manager should this resolution pass. Madam Attorney, so
So the only other issue you would speak to is what the compensation would be, and if the sponsor has a recommendation as to whether it would be the same as current or some other amount, that would be one other insertion, and then you could have a vote on the on both of those things, on all three of those things being added.
Mr. Sponsor, sorry, Commissioner Kelly, I didn't mean to say that.
Thank you. Okay, let me, I don't have a salary compensation. I did not negotiate or have spoken to Mr. Hargrave regarding a compensation package, but as usual with most city managers, including the interim that came in, that was brought back to the commission. So I have not spoken on that regard. And the reason I left it open was for the commission to have a dialogue, discussion, because he is an external candidate, but I also had an internal one as well. But I'm putting that name in as the interim city manager. At a compensation of the same as it is now for the current city manager, even though we don't anticipate him being here, but for a few months or however long the process will take.
okay. So Madam Attorney, the inserts were to appoint Vernon Hargrave as the interim city manager for a temporary period starting 12:01 a.m. on January 11, 2024, at a salary and compensation of the same as the current city manager, interim city manager.
You all could do that, or you could reserve it for another time. It's really up to the commission. You could do that if that's the recommendation.
I guess leave it the way it is with the sponsors, and if we would need to, then we'll just come back if so, if need be. All right, so we can call the question. Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, do I need a motion and second on the name that's been provided?
Yes, you could do that. If you can, just to make it clear for the record.
Okay, so let's do both together, both motions
Yes,
together.
just one motion, but I think Commissioner Kelly had already
Yeah,
put it on
I'm
the
just saying
record.
combine.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna
Yes, sir.
combine them. So, Commissioner Kelly, are you gonna move this item?
I'm moving the item.
All right, can we have a second? Second for the motion of the Vernon Hargrave. Second.
I don't know that person.
Okay, Madam Attorney, let's just separate it for now. That's the
You can do
amendment.
that.
Please,
Yes, sir.
separate it,
Mhm.
and then we'll make a motion if need be. Because this,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
I understand my colleague's concerns of not knowing possibly the individual. And that's probably undersight on my part, because I did have two names proffered. And as I speak and look at my email, there's a possible conflict with that individual. So let me do this. Let me Let me, if I can, let me take that name off. Please, I want to take that name off. Is there somebody talking? Okay. If I could take that name off, yeah, I want to be very transparent. No problems. Let me take Mr. Hargrave's name off of the selection.
Okay, so Commissioner Kelly has withdrawn his motion for Mr. Vernon Hargrave
Yes, I'd like to insert another name instead.
to insert another name. Go ahead,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
I want to insert the Assistant CM, Shemeka Lawson, into that slot.
Okay. All right. So can I get a motion on that item? I mean, yeah. Mr. You want to move the item? Move by Commissioner Kelly. Will there be a second on this item? Well, okay. So Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney, so we don't have, so that motion has failed for lack of a second.
You can bifurcate it.
That's what I was asking you initially.
Yes.
Okay. So let's call the question and then we'll insert if need be at a later date. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Commissioner Baz.
No.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
I want to vote no.
motion fails.
All right, so we're gonna move on to item 13. 13.9.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the selection of Popular Bank as an exemption to competitive procurement, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Can I get a motion?
Move for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by, who was that? Commissioner Williams. Mr. Manager, this is your item, please.
Thank you. So this item was actually proffered in a different way regarding the process that we had went through upon submitting the item to the city attorney. She made some adjustments to move it forward, stating exemption to competitive procurement. They have we have a long history of the challenges that we have with City National Bank, which have come up numerous times in Commissioner Kelly's agenda briefing meeting by the finance director. So I also have the finance director here, Ms. Naima Walker, to discuss any of those challenges that we're currently having with City National.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Naima Walker, Director of Finance.
Good evening.
Some of the issues that the city has been experiencing with City National Bank, and particularly underscoring an event that occurred twice in the calendar year of 2023, is the closure of a very instrumental account that we have tied to our 2015 bond, which is held by City National Bank. The account closed. When we inquired as to why was it closed, the response was, well, the rebuttal, I should say, was more it was more of a, well, you guys would get access in 72 hours, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No real concern that the account closed. It was very scary, the first event in June and then again in October. In addition, there's merchant services that the city do not receive. And some we do receive, they're at rates, which in my opinion, given the value of our deposits with City National Bank, should yield more of a return for us with interest. So those are a few of the major concerns that I have for our financial situation dealing with City National Bank as it relates to considering moving forward with Popular Bank going forward.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. The
Yes,
reason
sir.
I pulled the item and asked in the briefing as well, what was the process used to select Popular, and did we explore other items? Because this is an exemption to competitive procurement. And I asked in my briefing as well about, did we exhaust all our remedies, including legal, with our current banking institution? So I don't have a problem with changing because of the challenges. I'm concerned that we did not go through the competitive process and see what was out there with other banks in that process, as opposed to just choosing Popular, even though they may be offering some other things that may be beneficial. Why not just see what was out there totally and come back to the commission with a recommendation that way? And that's why I pulled the item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I was just going to state that we did have several meetings with several banks, up to 8, if I'm not mistaken. And at least 3 of them, including City National, had given us any values necessary to put together a comp schedule for you. And it's a banking fees and service comparison dated October 30th, 2023. You may have that. It has Popular Bank, Banesco Bank, and City National Bank detailed in terms of some of the items they would offer to us and at their particular costs. So we did speak with several banks, with dwindling down to the best provider of services, Popular Bank.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
See, that's what gives me concern, because you had meetings with banks, but you didn't go through the competitive or procurement process to just see what was there. You just called the banks and said, we're going to talk to you. What can you offer? You almost already have bypassed the competitive process. Why would we do that instead of going to the competitive process and then bring it to the commission saying, based on the procurement process, here's who we recommend, or the top 3 or whatever. You all had discussions, or the administration had discussions with banks and said what they were going to do, and then you decided Popular and came back. To me, that's not the way I think you ought to be doing something on this scale, where we're dealing with the city's banking services. And I don't think that's good business or banking practice, in my opinion, because we don't know what's out there, because they didn't put it in black and white in the procurement, and we didn't really say what we're looking for, to say we could have gotten much more from ABC Bank versus Popular Bank. Not to say that they're not going to offer something, but I think that's a decision that should have went through the process and then brought to the commission for the final okay or decision. And that's why I said in my briefing, and I'm saying to the commission, if the current provider is not doing what we feel they should do, and we've exhausted all legal remedies, then that would be a different case. And I'm not sure if we've done that, but I think doing an exemption to the competitive procurement is not the way we should be doing things, because that could become a bad habit that we get into. But I'll listen to my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams.
my question, and you may have said it, but I think I wasn't. Have we done business with Popular Bank in the past?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so basically every single bank that you not you, but that the city has had conversations with, they've just decided that, okay, like, how does that work? They said, okay, we'll be the one. We didn't go out on an RFP. We didn't put out a process. Is that what we're saying? Did that how that process worked?
So correct, the RFP was not released. Mr. Williams, would you like to fill in for
The
me?
RFP was in conjunction with the bond, and that's been separated. So Perhaps this is one of the items that with Mr. Mayor should be deferred.
That's what I asked in
Because-
the agenda briefing
Right.
as well, because I
Because-
feel it seems like it's coupled with,
It is coupled.
okay, so,
Yes,
so then I'm gonna suggest again that this item be deferred.
Okay.
yes,
All right, so
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, you are deferring this item.
absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so let's move on to 1319. Is
13.
1313? I'm sorry, 1313.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, accepting the proposal of Safa Construction LLC for the Sesame Street Culvert replacement within the city pursuant to RFP number 23-1016200, and further authorizing the interim city manager to enter into an agreement with Safa Construction LLC for said services in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000 in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A, further authorizing a project contingency budget at a total of an amount not to exceed $25,000, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, can you introduce this item?
Absolutely, yes, sir. This is a project, this is an item coming from our capital improvement projects regarding the Sesame Street Bridge and our efforts to try to move this forward for the repairs. And we have our manager for that department, Ms. Adelina Gross, available to answer any questions that the commission may have.
All right, so do we have any questions for the manager before we bring up Ms. Gross to present this item? This item was
Miss-
full. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes, thank you. The only question that I had was what I referenced in the briefing. And in looking at my notes, I think I got the answer. But I just want to be clear, so what I received. I know the contingency, I mean, they lowered the amount we came under, and there was concern about I had concern about the material or something that we believed that the cost would be less. And so that's why we were able to lower the cost of the project. Is that still the belief of staff?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. Yes, that's still the process. We did remove, we did lower actually I have it here, let me see. So there were 3 changes made to the proposed bid. Number 1 was labor, material, and equipment for the cost of the rubble. Once the contractor went to the site visit after the submittal of the proposal, he noticed that the amount of rubble and material to be removed is not as much as it estimated, so that was lower. The other additional changes that were made was the labor, equipment of unsuitable material. That's part of the rubble, so, and the contingency, since any contingency has to come back to commission.
Mayor, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions or concerns for my department chair or Mr. Manager at this time? All right, we can call the question, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're moving on to,
1319.
thank you, Madam Clerk, 1319.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to enter into a sole source contract with Hydra Service, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $41,012 for the direct purchase of 2 submersible replacement pumps for pump station number 12 within the city, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly. Second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, can you? speak on
Yes,
this
Mr.
item?
Mayor. Thank you. This is a project coming from our Public Works Department regarding our efforts, as you know, to keep our pump stations replaced and operational and working so that we can maintain our sections of the city out of moratorium. We have our Public Works Director, Mr. Aria Austin, here and available to answer any questions the commission may have.
All right, any, this
Yes.
item was pulled, so
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. I pulled the item because the same thing I said in my briefing, and I want really my colleagues to be aware because it always concerns me. Anytime you do sole source agreements, And in this case, I want to bring it like to the commission because we're replacing pumps and the like, and we're doing it from companies that really is the only company that are doing it. And so it's putting us in a situation, in my opinion, at some point, we've got to look at the bigger picture because they're the only folks who do this, who can provide those pumps, correct?
They're the only provider in the state of Florida. The pump is generally used elsewhere, but in the state of Florida, Hydro Services is the sole source vendor for this equipment.
So, and I only pulled 19 because it applies to the other sole source as well. We got to be very careful because if something happens and they're the only provider, we're going to be potentially in a lot more challenging position. And I said that in the briefing, and I want my colleagues to be aware because as I've said all along, we really need to look at our whole pumps, lift stations that we continue to either repair or we're constricted using the sole source provider because nobody else does it. So if they go out of business or something were to happen with them, we're really going to be stuck. And I think, as you mentioned, have to actually go straight to the manufacturer, which is a whole more headache process. Would you agree with that? I mean, is that a fair assessment?
Somewhat.
Something like this. Yes, I know. You do it. Don't be nervous. Okay, so we need to be aware of that. So I would suggest that the administration really look at going forward how you're going to do because these pumps go out. We only got one provider. If something happens to them, we're really going to be in a predicament. So we need to look long term at really dealing with this. And again, it's 19, all those sole source. I didn't want to pull them all for the sake of time. So I wanted to bring that to attention. Hopefully we'll be okay for the moment in passing and getting these done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Austin or Mr. Manager? All right, Madam Clerk, call the question.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, last on consent, 1324. Madam Attorney?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, accepting the proposal of King's Record Service, Inc. for citywide towing services pursuant to RFP number 23-1019200 and further authorizing the interim city manager to enter into an agreement with King's Record Service, Inc. for said services in a form acceptable to the city attorney, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, can you present this item?
Yes, this is actually an item coming from our police department. Our chief is unavailable at the moment, so I'll stand in to answer any questions the commission may have.
Okay, well, I didn't pull the item, but it's
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yeah.
you wanna?
I pulled it.
Oh, go ahead.
I asked in a briefing and they're supposed to get the additional information. The chief what I really asked is, in years past, the city has had 2 or 3 providers that provided the towing services. This resolution now brings it down to one provider for the services. And the reason I pulled it is because of the price comparison of what it would be. And also, is there anything in the agreement that would indicate if we're not happy with the services, what would occur? And I bring it up because we've had in the past, one of the reasons we've had 2 or 3 is because many times when you have accidents or situations that need illegal vehicles, boats, whatever towed, one company can't get to it. They don't have the manpower. So then you got the police sitting out there 3 or 4 or 6 hours. As you recall, Mr. Manager, when the boat was there by the Family Dollar, we had to have 2 or 3 officers sit out there forever waiting on a tow because of the size. So I indicated if we're going to use one source provider, number one, can they handle it? And number two, could something be put into the agreement that allows us after 90 days to revisit it just in case they're not doing what they say. I think the chief did mention to me in the briefing they get 25 or something per tow, which was not a concern, but my concern is having the company and the capacity to do everything they need to do. And they were supposed to try to figure out, because I was saying, if we're gonna use them, that's fine, if they can handle it. But I don't want us in a position where they get the contract and they can't fulfill towing. Some days, you don't get anything towed. Other days, you got cars, boats, et cetera, along with their already illegal, parking things they may be doing. So I would hope to put into the resolution, Madam Attorney, into the manager's office, and I mentioned in the briefing, a 90-day probation period or something that the chief, the administration can go back and look to see if it's working. And if it's not, come back to the commission and say, no, we really need another provider because there's been an increase in this or whatever, and they can't do it. So I would offer, well, the chief is here now, Mr. Manager. The chief is here now, so I don't know if you can respond, but I would offer that as a amendment, a motion, or friendly, whatever can be done, since you're going to be signing this agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to request if you could make the amendment so that if the attorney thinks it's feasible, we would be able to select as a backup, along with your other amendment, select as a backup one of the other one or two to the commission's will, other candidates that applied. If
Mr.
that's something
Manager,
permissible.
Before we go that route, I brought this up in the agenda briefing as well to Chief, because I was a little concerned that we only chose one company. So I do agree with Commissioner Kelly. And I think that is a great option if Commissioner Kelly doesn't mind, because one record company in the city to me it's not feasible. And normally this is done with 2 or 3. So, and I also brought this up in our agenda briefing. So, Madam Attorney, Commissioner Kelly, the motion that you were proffering was to, and I do agree with that as well, the 90 days. If it doesn't work, then we go back out. But
well, the only reason I didn't proffer adding another, because number one, I didn't know if we could, because it went out as a sole company being chosen. We didn't put it out for 2 or 3.
Multiple, okay.
So that's the only reason why I didn't offer that and offered the 90-day probation. I didn't probation. I don't know what the word, attorney can use it. To go back, if the chief and administration views in 90 days, as you said, it's not working, we need an additional provider, they could come back to the commission and offer that, because I know you got to have somebody doing the vehicle. So I would offer the amendment, Mr. Mayor, for the 90-day probation, and administration will come back to us via the police department and say, yes, it's working, or not. We go back and, add another company or something. Madam Attorney, if you could weigh in, Mr. Mayor, through the attorney, how we could accomplish that?
So the contract is going to be, because we're still looking for some additional information for the contract, I guess, from the chief. But and so the contract hasn't been done. So we could put in the agreement that it will be some type of a 90-day review period. Do you want that to come back before 90 days so that you don't hit the 90 days and the commission then hears about it and you want it on an agenda?
Well,
like
I
within
don't,
90
I don't,
days?
I'm sorry. I don't really, it's really up to the police department, because they're doing most of the towing, illegal towing.
So you want management to review it?
no, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kelly, if you don't mind, let's go with your motion, but I would like to see it brought back as a report, so the commission can know if it's working or not. That way, at that time, we can say, well, we need to go out for another RFP. So
I don't
only,
bring 90 days and bring it back to the commission report, and that way
I can provide a month-to-month evaluation. After the first month, say this is how they're performing, and the second month as opposed to the first month, and that way we'll have a better handle on how the performance is.
I just said 90 days, give you a chance.
Still holding the 90 days, but within the 90 days, we do a month-to-month.
Well, I would make that amendment to the legislation, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so Commissioner Kelly is making the amendment I will second that amendment. That is brought.
Can you state?
That in 90 days, it's brought back before the commission with a report stating whether it's good or it's working or not working.
Okay.
That's in layman's terms. So, Madam, I don't see Madam Clerk. So, Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call on the amendment. It was motioned by Commissioner Kelly, second by Mayor Taylor. And let's vote on the amendment and then we'll vote on the actual item.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now we're gonna vote on the actual item itself to include the amendment. Madam Clerk?
Who was that moved by? Sorry.
It was moved in second already.
Yeah, I
But-
moved it.
But we'll do it again. So if you
I move it.
moved by Commissioner Kelly and I second it, seconded by Mayor Taylor.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams. I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams,
Was my title one time. Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we're done with the consent agenda. We're going to our public hearing items. Madam Attorney, item 15A1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the special exception request for the construction of a twin home building in the single-family residential zoning district R1 on the property located at the corner of Northwest 17th Avenue and Opa-locka Boulevard and identified by folio 08-2122-018-0200, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, go ahead and present the item, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item coming from our Community Development Department, and we have our Assistant Community Development Director, Mr. Gerald Lee, available to answer any questions and present the item.
All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Lee or we're gonna call the question? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Mayor, did you open this up to the public?
Oh.
Oh, I am so sorry. So we're gonna take that back. I do apologize.
Good job.
I'm
Good
sorry.
job.
Madam Attorney, it's late. So this is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Hearing none, seeing none, public hearing is closed. Commissioner Kelly,
Yeah, you have a motion in second, so we're getting ready for discussion, right?
we can go into discussion.
Okay, I'm always just concerned we do special exceptions. Special exception requests, because it always leads me to parking. When you're dealing with this, can staff just address that? Because I didn't get a chance to get too in depth with that because of time in my briefing.
Gerald Lee, Community Development Department. Commissioner, this item, as far as the special exception part, is because the zoning district only allows for single-family construction. And the code does give the parameter that under special exception review, you can build a twin home on the same property. Each of the units is going to have the same parking as if it was a single family home. And that's accommodated for each of the units. But they're going to share a single wall. It's a duplex.
Okay.
It's a duplex, but we call it a twin home in a single family zoning district. And it's only by special exception review approval and site plan approval that you can do this in the single family zoning district.
Okay, and so the belief that we have is two families,
Yes,
two cars each.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what we believe.
That's what we believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm always reluctant to pass these because, as I've said many times, it's going to be 3 or 4 cars, 2 parking on the side of the street and what have you. But because we allow this, if it comes before us in the zone, that's why it's come before us in this manner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams?
so pardon me because unfortunately I did not have an agenda briefing, my fault. busy at work. So the questions that I'm asking may have already been answered for everyone else, but I do want to go back when we talk. You mentioned 2 cars per family. If that's not the case, what's the what's the next option for parking in this? And I'm actually trying to go through it really quick to see what's the next option if now it's 4 cars per family. Is it street parking? Is it what does that look like here?
Okay, Commissioner, let me back up.
Sure.
Okay. This particular property is in a single family zoning district, and at a single family home, there are usually 2 parking spaces set up. This is going to be 2 of those units on this one property, and it's going to provide for 2 parking spaces per unit. That is all that is required to be provided for a single family home, and it's 2 single family homes with a shared wall. So there's no additional accommodation. And if you know Opa-locka Boulevard, that's not the place to park on the street. Okay. Like any other single, all the properties around it are single family properties. And on the north side is an industrial property, which has nothing to do with this, but it is compatible to what is in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lee or Mr. Manager? All right, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we're going to 15A2.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving the final site plan for construction of a twin home building on the property located at the corner of Northwest 17th Avenue and Opa-locka Boulevard and identified by folio 08-2122-018-0200 in the R1 zoning district, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams. Second by Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager, go ahead and present and we'll open it for public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is also a companion item. You just approved the special exception request, and this item is requesting that you approve the final site plan. We have Mr. Lee, Gerald Lee here, our zoning official, available to answer any questions should you have any.
All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Lee on this item? All right, hearing none, seeing none. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Hearing none, seeing none. Now, public hearing is closed. So any questions for Mr. Lee on this item before we call the question? All right, no questions. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, as we get ready to go into our ordinances, 16A1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, providing for evaluation and appraisal-based amendments to the Opa-locka Comprehensive Development Master Plan as required by and in conformity with Section 163.31911 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for liberal construction, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is also coming from our Community Development Department. We not only have our zoning official here to answer any questions, but we actually have the vendor that will be servicing the city should you have any additional queries. For A1.
Okay, this is a public hearing item. I was asking you, are they gonna present?
Oh, you have a presentation.
If we have questions, but this is a public
Let's
hearing
do
item.
questions.
Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Lee on this item? Okay, or the manager, all right. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Bass. Yes. Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
Motion passes first reading.
okay. Thank you. As we get ready to go into the next item, 16A2.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending the Opa-locka Comprehensive Development Master Plan to incorporate the adopted 2022 10-year water supply facilities work plan update and to strengthen the coordination between water supply planning and local land use planning by amending certain objectives and policies in the infrastructure, conservation, intergovernmental coordination, and capital improvements elements as required by and in conformity with section 163.31776 Florida statutes, providing for transmittal, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for liberal construction, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it. Oh.
Second. Okay, moved by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Baz. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is also an ordinance that we are requesting your approval for coming from our Community Development Department. And again, we have our zoning official, Mr. Gerald Lee, available should the commission have any questions for him.
All right, this also is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Lee, any questions for Mr. Lee on this item? All right, Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Baz.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes first reading.
All right, thank you. Going to our second reading ordinance, 16B1.
We're gonna do 16A3.
I'm sorry, 16A,
Yeah.
16A3. Yeah.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, piggybacking the Sourcewell Cooperative Program Agreement 101221-VTR with Environmental Products Group, Inc. to accept a four-year capital lease agreement for the purchase of a Vector Model 2115I mounted on a new 2023 Freightliner Model 114 SD truck chassis in an amount of $470,000, $841.24, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved
Second.
by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Baz. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item coming from our Public Works Department, looking for a lease agreement for the purchase of a new Freightliner model. And we have Mr. Ara Austin, our Public Works Director here, available to answer any questions the commission may have.
All right, this is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Any questions for Mr. Austin on this item? All right, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Baz.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 first reading.
All right, now we're going into 16B1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending Article 6 of the city's land development regulations entitled Off-Street Parking and Loading Requirements to specifically amend Section 2-152F entitled General Principles to provide for outdoor storage of vehicles only in a designated parking space, prohibiting double parking and requiring that all areas are free from unsightly conditions, amending Article 6 of the city's land development regulations, specifically Section 2-160C4 entitled Permitted Off-Street Parking to require a current valid license plate for residential parking and further requiring that vehicles parked at commercial and industrial facilities have a valid license plate or bill of sale and work order posted visibly on the driver's side window, including VIN number for a vehicle, business name, address, and telephone number, providing for severability, providing for codification and code, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Mayor Taylor.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Baz,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor. This is my item. It's the second reading on us responding to the business community as it relates to off-street parking. This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Any questions on this item? All right, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
All right, we're going into our manager's report. Yeah, we have a resolution. So, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of the occurrence of this evening, she'll keep it brief. However, I would like to say, for those of members of the commission that do not feel heard, that is never the intention of myself, and certainly not anyone that serves you here in the city. So I will be reaching out to each of you individually to determine how we can improve our communications and how your efforts and your wishes can be better executed.
Okay. Does that conclude your report, Ms. Manager? All right, do we have any questions for the manager? Okay, going.
I have, Mr. Mayor, I have an announcement for a shade meeting, if I can do it here, or do you want me to do it? Okay, thank you. City of Opa-locka notice of closed door attorney-client session. Notice is hereby given that a private closed door attorney-client session pursuant to Section 286.011 Florida statutes will be held in the City Commission chambers at 780 Fisherman Street, Opa-locka, Florida, on January 24th, starting at 6 p.m. on the third floor, or will be moved to an adjoining room in the building where this is located. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the following pending litigation matters. 6 p.m. City of Opa-locka versus Wilson, case number 2021-021307-CA-01. 6:20 p.m. Town Center OL one LLC versus City of Opa-locka 2023-027045 CA-01. 6:40 p.m. The Botus Dolphin versus City of Opa-locka 2023-027237 CA-01. The following individuals will attend: Vice Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Urban, Commissioner Bass, Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Williams, City Attorney Bernadette Norris Weeks, Interim City Manager Darvin Williams, Assistant City Attorney Candace Cobb, Assistant City Attorney Michelle Austin Pammies, and the estimated length of the attorney-client session will be 1 hour. Thank you.
All right, Madam Attorney, your mic was a little muffled. What was the date that you?
This would be the date of the next commission meeting. This would be 6 o'clock instead of, it would be 1 hour prior to the meeting.
Prior to the meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going into our
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams.
I wanted to just to go back to Mr. Manager real quick. I don't know if you know, after the walkthrough Monday, we're like on every paper today. I don't know if you know that Opa-locka is on the front cover of the Herald today, the Times today, WLRN, like every single paper, Miami New Times. And although we know our narrative, because we know that this was not anything that Opa-locka, like we didn't do this. This is like slumlords. But I don't know if that narrative, because I got a lot of like different calls, text messages, like, oh my God, this looks so bad for Opa-locka. But I'm like, this, this, we can't, this is what it is. And I just, sometimes I'm wondering, can we now change our own narrative, maybe call our own press conference, so that we can talk about, not only just Gloria Gardens and what we're doing, the positive steps, but just the positive steps that we're taking in the city in and of itself. And so, and I think there's a lot of times we don't toot our own horn enough. I'm sure you did a press release and asked for press to come for the ribbon cutting, but they decide to come. Were they there? Nobody was there. Oh, they were. I'm sorry. I was having a colonoscopy, but it's true. But nonetheless, I wasn't there. So we need to just make sure, and I know, we have, an agenda item of RFP of media and marketing, but just to make sure that we're constantly making sure they're there with that same energy that they were there. But it just looked like, and we know the truth, but it just made it look like everyone else thinks that, we did something, we dropped the ball somewhere. And I know that's not the case now. Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. On the same note, because I got a couple of text messages from tenants over there, so I'll forward them to the manager regarding Glorietta and the housing, and then he can respond and get back to the commission on whatever action is taken or whatever occurs. The other thing is, since I was brought up about the PR, I know with the agreement from the previous firm, there has to be a sign off or something that occurs within a time frame. Has that been done, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. I was gonna bring this up on my report, but I say it now. I want to piggyback on something Commissioner Williams said. Under your report, Mr. Manager, every commission meeting, can you give us an update? You do the financial oversight, but I also want to update on Glorietta Gardens so that we are made aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, so we're going into mayor and commission report. We can start left to right. So Commissioner Williams.
Okay. I'm going to be brief, colleagues. Notice, did you hear the word brief? Everyone down to my right. No, really quick, I just want to commend Commissioner Bass for her community baby shower. The streets thought she was having a baby shower. But we quickly had to dispel that rumor that went out. But it's true, they did. So, but the community baby shower was a success. And it just gets bigger and bigger. I believe this is the second year, and it gets bigger and better. And again, I stated before, but until you buy diapers, and it does not matter how much you make, diapers cost a lot of money, and it puts a huge dent in your budget. So all the baby stuff that you gave out was I'm sure it was beautiful, and I'm glad I don't have to live that life anymore. And I know Vice Mayor Urban had your walk, and I heard that went successful, and I know you went on the walk and then had to walk at Glorietta Gardens and was just walking all day. So great job. I did want to say the gym is open. No, I'm not asking you a question. I'm telling you, the gym is open. You can ask Joanna, but the gym is available. I went in it when Jalen was at basketball. I went, visited. I visited. And my goal while he's in basketball is to work out, and it is nice. I don't know if anybody went to our gym on the second floor. Is that the second? That's the second. It is so nice and just relaxing. And so I'm not going to put anyone out that has been going before Ms. Flores, but it's it's comfortable. It's a comfortable vibe, specifically for women. I'm not trying to make this like, a woman gym, but I'm just saying, sometimes at night we want to exercise, we want to work out, especially, and sometimes walking around the park, there's like these dark areas and lighted areas, but just go inside the gym. And I just, I'm telling the residents and everyone, just come there and bring your AirPods and just have a nice time there. So I just want to push the gym there. And then lastly, I wanted to ask if we were, and I think this would be for Ms. Flores, how are we looking when it comes to the teen and young adult advisory board? How's that looking?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, It's the same as before. We do have a board clerk that was appointed by the manager's office, Ms. Walker. I'm not sure, but she's in charge of scheduling those meetings. I'm not sure where we are at this point, if Mr. Williams would allow her to come forward and provide an update to the commission.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will call Ashley Walker, our liaison to the podium to answer questions regarding the status.
Hi, Commissioners. I did reach out to the members that were appointed as of last week, asking for an update on their schedule. As of now, only 2 have responded. I'm waiting for the last one so I can see if their availability corresponds for us to be able to have a meeting.
Okay, if you don't mind, Commissioner Williams, on the teen board, I already made an appointment, but there was a young person that reached out that said they was interested. And I know we still had 2 appointments for yourself and Commissioner Kelly, Apollinaire Mendoza. So, no, you didn't hear from that person. I'm just.
I'll appoint them. I'll use that as my appointment. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
so when we get there, we'll appoint it. Then I'll shoot you that information.
Okay, thank you.
The teenager in the city of Opa-locka, but go ahead.
Mayor Taylor, so if I can get that information, because I'm in charge of the actual appointments and the application and all of that.
Oh, you
And
got
then
the
I
email coming
forward
to you
that
right now, 'cause
information.
I'd already typed it up.
Then I'll forward that information to Ms. Walker.
No problem. Because I told him he had to fill out the application, but I needed to get one of their approval first. All right, so Ms. Walker, you said that you reached out and you'll give a status update.
Right.
Commissioner Williams?
And another thing I'm thinking is we're gonna have to really do a better job at marketing this board and what its purpose and why. And we have a lot of youth and young adults that are now police explorers. And so you know, that might be a viable option to use those. At this point, if we can't get the board, maybe we have to turn this into more of a club. And I'm only saying that because I know why you because to get a wider spread of youth, they come and go. Like I'm interested today, but tomorrow I'm not interested. So but I'm hoping at least by next commission meeting, this fourth appointee, we can at least have a quorum. And then just, our goal, and this is to everyone, everyone is listening. Our goal is, we were told by our youth and young adult that they didn't have a voice in our city. They wanted to be able to be actively engaged. And this is what we need. And the parents that are out there, the grandparents, we have one more appointee that's needed. But if our people don't pan out, then we're willing to drop them. And I mean, if I don't want to, but move forward. But we really want to make sure that this moves forward. Okay, thank you, Ms. Walker.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Commissioner Williams, that concludes your report, or you have more?
I said brief. I'm so sorry.
You did say brief.
So, I know we had some push-pull controversy today, but the decision was not easy. And like I said, everyone's not going to like it, and some are gonna like it and some are gonna love it. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, I would like for us to continue to move forward and work as a board, work with the city, moving together as a team, as one, and so that we can just get things rolling. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Bass?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have much to say. My colleague has so nicely spoken about the baby shower, but I just want to thank all of you for participating. I thank Commissioner Kelly for sending Mrs. Kelly over to represent him. Thank you so much, and to all of the sponsors who came out to help. And we had really, really good sponsors. And I'm looking forward to doing it again in September. The only reason why it's 2 times this year, because in September I had my accident so I couldn't continue on with it. So in order to catch up, it's going to be in September again, this year. Thanks a million to all the sponsors. And again, thank you to all of my colleagues and to the city as well, you know, that budget money, for making it possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bass. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. The baby shower was great. Commissioner Bass, I called her to tell her that I was gonna be a little late. She was over at Chevy's raising hell. Cause they didn't have her food ready, but they got it together. And it was there on time. I really liked the event and I'm gonna work on being a sponsor for that event with you personally in September. I want us to work together as a commission that not one slumlord is accepted in our city. Not one. But what I heard was that the other people, they worked with us and they've been working with us, but Opa-locka is not going to be a haven for slumlords at all. And the walk-in one stop, I enjoyed it. Monday, I lost Commissioner Bass's glasses. And by that afternoon, she had a brand new pair. Thanks to the walk-in one stop. I would love to do this event again because I'm more of a community person. Like this right here, that's not really me. I like being out in the community and helping hands-on. And that walk-in one stop put me right in my element. And one of my favorite pieces with the walk-in one stop was when I would ask the residents, do you know me? And they know me. I was so excited for me. I was excited. And see, and that was my report. However, I have one question. I have one question, and it's for the attorney. Madam Attorney, okay? Madam Attorney, I just want clarity on something. A few months ago, I don't know if Commissioner Williams remember, but she called in on a meeting and she was able to attend the meeting, but she wasn't able to vote. And I think the mayor realized it when it came back the second time when Commissioner Kelly called in a meeting, but he was able to vote because you said he can't vote. And they said, yeah, he can vote. So I just want to know, like, is it a special certain kind of meeting where one can't vote or?
I don't think you all have any rules, but I can tell you what the law allows. So you can, and I don't remember the meeting when Commissioner Williams didn't vote, but what typically happens is that if there are 3 people present, if there's a majority present, then the person can vote. So if there's a majority present, but you have to be, there has to be a majority present. But if that is the case, you can vote. So, but the city of Opa-locka, I don't think we have any particular rules, but there are some AG rules which say, now let me tell you what the difference is. So when you're not supposed to just miss meetings, right? So there are AG opinions which talk about like being ill or you're like really sick. There's some reason you can't be there because the reality is, if you remember when COVID was going on and everything, right? The governor had to actually have an order in place for city commissions to be able to vote remotely and meet remotely. The same kind of rules apply. So so when you're away, it's not supposed to be that you're I just want to stay home and I don't feel like coming. You're actually supposed to be sick. So, and if that's not the case, then you're not really kind of falling into the AG opinions that have been published.
Okay. I was just curious because I remember it happened and I just thought, I said, maybe it was a workshop and not a meeting, but
No, workshops are a little different because they don't require, a vote. You're not voting. But I think that I wouldn't encourage you all to just have any public meetings where you know you're not gonna have a quorum. But that is a little bit different. So I'm not sure if, I don't know what meeting you're talking about between the two. And I wasn't asked the question in the meeting, but I can tell you that that's how, other commissions operate.
Okay, thank you.
You are.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On last Wednesday, we held our monthly farm share distribution at Shablandi Pavilion. As always, my co-host, Vice Mayor Irvin and Mayor Taylor, and of course, I know my colleagues always supportive. We serviced approximately 300 families. We're always looking for volunteers, so if you're interested, please contact my office. I also had the opportunity to support the Vice Mayor for the one-stop tour, provide information and assistance to residents. I'm glad to see her take up that mantle. It started many years ago, so I'm grateful that it's back in the city because it is a worthwhile effort, and hopefully we can expand on it to include the ex-felons returning to work connection of it that we should do as well. So I look forward to speaking and supporting that effort. I also want to say and remind, we council meet me Monday this month to support the chief and the deputy chief swearing in ceremony. It was nice. I look forward to the new and exciting initiatives from our public safety department, as well as always the concerns that may come up from the community. I also want to invite everyone out, of course, this Saturday, January 13th at 9 a.m. for our annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Walk. Started over 40 years ago, of course, by my mom, the late Commissioner Kelly. We invite all of our citizens, organizations, and really the community at large to join us for our annual walk. As you know, my mom always said she didn't believe in doing the parades because Dr. King always was walking. He wasn't in a float. So we invite everyone to come out with that. And Commissioner Bass, we do have your golf cart because we know the Vice Mayor got her own wheels, so she didn't need the golf cart. But we'll have that available as well. Starting at 9 a.m., 151st and 27th Avenue, right there in the corner of the church. There's where we start. So we look forward to the walk and then coming to Shabandi Village for a short program, and then hopefully engagement of a basketball game between the community. I'm not sure it's going to be the police department or who, but being hopeful that as well on Saturday as we remember the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Let me just say this, and I did hear my colleague on the end, and I wholeheartedly concur. For me, as I said earlier, it's not personal. I did hear the manager and his comments on his report, and I'll take him at his word. We will see. I look forward to moving this city forward. But as always, if I need to speak out, I will speak out. And if it's a pat on the back, I'll give it. If it's not, I will still represent this community. And to my colleagues that voted how you voted, that's the good part about democracy. Some will always like it, some will hate it, some will not understand it. But as I say to my earlier remarks, when I say it, I can say it again. I can defend my comments and tell you how I speak. But as one, we all represent this community, and hopefully we will move forward to do just that, to do the positive things that we're all up here and want to see accomplished for our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having said that, I know we did receive a report regarding the city manager search, so I'll leave that in your hands on how you want to approach that, because our director is here, and I would like to hear from her. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Manager, thank you, Mr. Commissioner Kelly. So, Mr. Manager, can we get a brief update on the financial oversight, where we are?
Yes, absolutely, sir. So we were due to turn in our report to JLAG that we had turned in our internal documents over to our external auditing firm by December 15th. Regrettably, we missed it just by one day, and we were able to submit all those records to Markham on December 16th, which was okay with JLAG. And they reiterated that we have a hard deadline of March 1st, 2024 for Markham to complete the final audit. And we are on track to do that by February 1st at this time.
Okay, so it's in the hands of Markham as of December 16th.
Yes, sir.
And we have a hard submission date of March 1st, but you're anticipating February
1st.
February 1st. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions on the financial oversight? All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And to I don't see her, Miss Walker, for all of the hard work that she's also doing on the financial oversight. We're gonna bring up the next part is our Miss Mary Adams as an update on the human resources manager search. Oh, city manager search. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners. Nice to see all of you and Happy New Year. Thank you. I provided a report that I sent to your emails and you received a hard copy. I wanted to wait until this afternoon to have as long a list of applicants. So as of about 4:30 this afternoon, we have a total of 35 applicants that have been received. The printout that I handed to you as you received it this evening, I added the city and state because this is a nationwide search. So I thought it would be helpful just to see not just the names, but also the locations of the applicants responding. Do you have any questions on the report I presented to you before I give you, I present to you the outline that I propose to continue the search?
Just a quick question. You say you did
Yes.
up until today. So have you closed it or are you waiting on us to tell you when to close?
That's part of my outline.
That's a part of it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
I wanted to make sure I covered the report I submitted several days ago first. See if you had any questions regarding that. That report outlined the prior, it's kind of closing out the 18 prior candidate applicants that submitted resumes. I had received instructions from you all to contact them. So basically that report was just informing you how that communication went. And at the end, there were 9, the 18 prior applicants before this round of job posting. 9 applicants said yes, they wanted to continue to be considered. 5 said no, and I listed the reason that those 5 gave as to why they were no longer available and are interested. And we still have 3 that have not responded. Any questions on that report, commissioners? Yes, sir. So I'd like to now present the HR outline for moving forward in the national search. And based on this process I'm about to outline, how you feel about it, I can email you a copy of the outline based on your.
we don't have that here.
No,
Okay.
this outline you do
That's what I
not
was looking
have.
for. Okay.
This is the first time you
We
will
all were
receive
looking for it.
this information.
Please send us the copy. Well, go ahead. I read it.
So I'd also like, unless you would like for me to send you a revision beforehand, I'd like to receive a vote to approve this process. So December 29, 2023, I proactively placed a nationwide job posting. As of January 10, the 35 resumes have been received. I've included in the 35 you have listed before you the 9 that wanted to continue to be considered. That list, they have an asterisk by their name, and those are those 9. That's the purpose of that asterisk on your list. I propose from December 29 to January 15, 2024, which is 18 calendar days. That job remained posted. From January 16 to January 22nd, 2024, 5 business days, the commission reviewed all resumes, which means I'll have to get them to you on January 15th. And then from the 16th to the 22nd, 5 business days, you review them. And on January 23rd, I recommend either a special session or however you would like to notify me of 3 shortlisted applicants. January 24th, I notify the shortlisted, assuming they're still, again, all available, all interested, and we begin the background check process. Based on the availability of the applicants and as they continue to go through this timeline, we may or may not continue. We may have to stop. You give me 1 or 2 more names, and then we continue. January 23rd to January 29th, 7 calendar days, the commission conducts the interviews of the shortlisted applicants. January 29th, I propose the commission notify me which applicant to extend a written job offer. 29th. Now, this last item, I will have to pay close attention to the terms and conditions of the background check. Usually, you can still have a job offer out during the background check. We will have it contingent on those results. But what I really want us to keep in mind, commissioners, is once we start this, to really continue in a timeline that we can all agree with, knowing that things do happen real life. But as much as we can to keep the momentum in place.
So, is that the?
I'm finished, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Going backwards, I think I missed some dates. January 29th is when the selection will be made.
January 29th is when I would like this outline to be to the level, the status of you notifying me which applicant to extend the job offer.
Okay, so that was
written
Mr.
job
Mayor?
offer.
special meeting.
Right, exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I
so
was gonna
that-
say.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
That was
okay.
a special commission meeting for us to vote on. And then go backwards, what's before that?
The 23rd through the 29th, these are the January dates. Everything's in the month of January.
And that's the background check,
Interviews.
No, sir. Those are your interview dates.
interview dates. Okay,
23rd to the 29th, you're interviewing.
okay.
24th, short list is due. Wait, I want to notify. No, I'm sorry. 24th, I notify the short list
Oh, okay,
applicants.
okay, go ahead.
23rd, you inform me of the short list.
So that would also have to be
A special commission meeting.
on the 23rd. Okay.
16th through the 22nd, you're reviewing resumes. The 29th of December, which is already passed, to January 15, total of 18 calendar days, I propose the job remain posted.
29th
And
through the 16th.
so the job posting will close on the 15th.
15th, got it.
The 16th through the 22nd, you receive all resumes because now the posting is closed.
All right,
So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner
real
Williams.
quick question. I think maybe I wrote something.
No,
I thought I
please.
heard you say January 16th to the 22nd, the commission review. Now I
Resumes.
wrote all 5 resumes,
No, all
You-
resumes.
all resumes.
35.
Oh, yes.
35. Oh, okay. I'm like,
30,
did I
yes.
miss something?
Well, assuming by then we still have 35.
Okay, so now
By the 22nd, we may have 45.
But do you then and I'm wondering, is there before January 16th, you're clearly reviewing the resumes. Are you able to provide feedback for us instead of just giving us all the resumes, all 35? Or are you able to provide your feedback on any of them? Or is that something that you try not to do? I'm just
Yes and no. So
okay.
normally what I would do is I would send you all resumes that meet the qualification of the job posting. Okay. Any that do not meet the job posting, I will notify them in writing and say you will not receive further consideration. So of the 35, you may not see all of them. So I've not
course, yeah.
screened any
Mhm.
applicants until the posting closes. What I will send you and what I'd like to do, which is normal process for an HR director, is I would like to put them in a level 1, 2, and 3. For example, based on the qualifications, these are 90%. These are 40 percentile. These are 30 percentile. But they may
That's
all
exactly
have
what
a
I was gonna
contribution
ask,
to make.
if you use some sort of rubric to
Screening,
let us
yes.
know, and screening,
Yes.
to let us know who had the most
But I will
points or
not
higher points.
give you all of them.
No, understood.
Okay.
Understood, of course, yeah, after you screen through the 35.
Yes.
I think it'll just help us move through the process faster because that's a tight window.
And I will also have to stay in touch with them. So I also will not send you one on the 16th that I've not spoken to. So there's no reason for you to spend time reviewing a resume when I've emailed them, and it's amazing how everyone uses text, even the adults. And so I will text them, leave a voicemail, which no one responds to anymore, and email.
Okay, so just to make sure we're all clear.
Yes, sir.
29 through December 29th through January 15th is the job posting.
Mhm.
So far you have 35 candidates.
Yes, sir.
Okay, from the 16th through the 22nd, the commission will review all resumes.
Yes, sir.
After you screen.
Yes.
From therein, you're proposing that the clerk pose the commission for a special meeting on the 23rd to do a short list of candidates, which is what the commission voted on is 3.
Applicants.
Correct,
Yes.
short list. And then after that meeting, so from the 24th to the 29th, then we will start the interview process.
Yes.
And on the 29th, the clerk will then poll again for the 29th for the actual selection of city manager.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have a problem with the timeline. So, Madam Clerk, I would like to hear from the commission.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, really quick, generally when we do special commission meetings, we're given like multiple dates. I know you're
Yeah,
trying
that's the
to,
only thing.
yeah, I'm just a little fearful and just, yeah, when it's just, this is the date, is there some room for a 3-day window or to do this, the special session for the 3? So let's say hypothetically, we would have to do the 22nd and not the 23rd, or the 25th and not the 23rd, because trying to get all of our schedules sometimes.
If you want to incentivize that 5 days, you have to review the resumes. Maybe it only takes you 2 days.
No, the problem is
The
scheduling.
23rd.
It's the scheduling.
Of a
So-
special commission
So
meeting.
What I was
can
going,
have the 20th, 22nd, or 23rd, but I don't have my calendar. Are those business days?
one second, Madam, HR Director, Ms. Adams, I'm sorry. What I was going to propose is that we keep that open-ended.
Okay.
So from the interview process to the selection date, so if we started anytime between the 23rd, and we can even go into maybe the first week in February or something.
Sure.
like that. So February, maybe February 5th or let's Groundhog Day. So February 5th. So anytime between the 23rd to February 5th, in that time frame, we would do a short list and a selection. And that way the clerk, you and the clerk can work out several dates to poll the commission, and then we'll get back with you with our schedule. Because you're dealing with 5 working people, so it's
Understood.
it's hard. So, but what I want to do now, because I heard what the first request that you made. So I'm gonna put a motion on the floor to accept this timeline.
With that revision.
With those revisions. So from the 12th to the 29th, so from 12/29 to 1/15 is the job posting.
Yes, sir.
We got, you said, oh, sorry. We review resumes from the 16th to the 22nd. The interview process will take place, I'm sorry, between the 23rd and the 5th of February. 5th of February, we would conduct the interview process, pick the short list, as well as the actual selection of manager. Can we do that, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion that I'm putting on the floor. Is that those dates are good with, that works with what you're trying to do?
Absolutely.
All right,
Okay, I second the motion.
all right, so before we call, I'm sorry, any other of my colleagues had a question? That's it, no, but she gotta go. All right, so the motion was made by Mayor Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Williams. Roll call?
Commissioner Bass?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you all.
All righty, so, we're getting ready to go home. The only other thing I just want to say is, welcome to Dr. Starks, to the Opa-locka family, and also to our Chief of Police, Chief Otley. So thank you for the swearing in was beautiful. We loved it, packed house. And I'm looking forward to the great, like, my colleague said, looking forward to the great things that you all are gonna bring to the city of Opa-locka. So that's the only thing I just want to put on my colleagues' radar, that the state of the city is on this month on the 31st, Wednesday night, the 31st. The clerk will give you a formal invitation from myself so that you all are aware of what's going on. Also, we're gonna go now into our official board appointments. There is none. Do we have anybody that has an appointment? Other than I'm asking one of my colleagues, I think Commissioner Kelly said he'll do it, to appoint the young gentleman to the teen and young adult board. We did it out of order. That's why we got to do it back. I don't remember. Where's his name? Commissioner Kelly, if you don't.
Yes, I indicated to Kirk, that would be my appointment. She just has to get the information from you.
Okay, so we're good on that? All right. So with that being said, can I get a motion for adjournment? Move it. Moved by Commissioner Kelly.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Williams. This meeting is adjourned.
It's late. 8 p.m.